Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Supervisor Moore?
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara?
Present.
Councilman Iseali?
Present.
Councilman Powell?
Present.
Councilman Schiavone?
Present.
All right, we're going to start the work session tonight with a presentation on the Riverside Sewer Treatment Plant Mapping Plan. And Janice is here with me, our town planner, to introduce everyone. Why don't you come on up, Janice?
Yes, so good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for having us this morning. I'm joined by our comptroller, Dorothy.
Sit. We can get more chairs.
Let's grab another chair. Right in that room, Karen. And you're not grab it too. Just want to make sure everyone's here.
I can speak from back there, and I'm sure Tommy would tell me everybody would be able to hear me.
Yeah.
I meant that as a
Maybe
compliment.
we
Thank you.
can.
Put this on the TV screen so people can see.
Even when I try to speak softly.
It's a good quality.
Good call.
Janice, is this something,
Thank you very much.
is this something that can go up on the screen so people can see it? Is that?
At the moment, I don't have that available.
We do.
It's Kevin today, right?
It's on the website.
Well,
It is on the website, in the link to the website. Go in there and just see what this, yeah, okay. Okay, good morning, I'm sorry about that. So,
Hello, everyone.
hi, Janice Scheer, Town Planning and Development Administrator, Kathleen Murray, Deputy Town Attorney. We have Carrie O'Farrell, partner at Nelson Pope and Voorhees, Tom Lembo, partner at Nelson Pope, right?
yes.
Our comptroller, who you know, and our former comptroller and consultant, Len Marchese. So thank you all for, so we, as you know, have been working toward a revitalization of the Riverside area. And so you have a map here, a purple and yellow map, showing the area of Riverside. And what we want to talk about today is how would we, the revitalization, so in 2015, just a little background, the town board at that time did a secret analysis, a theoretical development program, and came up with zoning for this
Thank you.
Riverside area, an overlay district. And that zoning we call the ROD, Riverside Overlay Districts. And they have different numbers, RO1, RO2, RO3, and that's this map. I don't know if you have that on, yeah. So these zoning districts characterize sort of levels of density, if you will. But you cannot avail yourself to this zoning unless and until the sewer is in place. So we've been working for several years on putting it in place, right, getting it there. Where's there? There is now within the enterprise zone industrial park. It's in the light industrial zone. You see this sort of oval shape in this blue area, and it says STP facility. It took us many years to acquire the properties and accumulate what we need in order to place the facility in this location. And that's the subject of what we started in the SECRA, again, it's called the supplemental SECRA analysis. And that hearing started in last year, late last year. It will be on the agenda again, it was adjourned to Tuesday, so you'll be hearing more public comments on this. You may be seeing public information coming in through the clerk's office on this. And we filed this supplemental environmental impact statement because we didn't know exactly where we were gonna put the sewer at that time. The other step, there's a parallel thing going on here. You can't just put a sewage
Wait a
treatment.
minute, so the supplemental got filed, the original, so under both documents, you weren't
sure where it was gonna be placed, or the supplemental is because now you know it's gonna be an enterprise zone?
Exactly. The supplemental is now, we're putting it here, and this is the infrastructure required in order to do it, so let's look at the impacts of that specific
And was
action.
that adopted by the prior board, the secret?
No, it's just, we're in the draft,
Oh, it's not done yet.
it's not
being
done,
drafted.
just began, so
Right, we-
we're in the beginning.
We
So,
declared lead
Just
agency.
Really quick on the seeker front, so originally, when the overlay district was prepared, there was a generic EIS that was, as Janice said, that was prepared. It identified a number of future actions in order to implement the zoning once it was adopted. Key was, as we said, sewage treatment. There were some options that were considered, generally as part of that 2015 effort, but you needed to dig into it and really understand what you needed, what property was available. So the supplement is addressing, okay, this is the location of a sewage treatment plant that makes the most sense based on, the work that's been done. And Tom can, walk into that. And we also looked at alternative locations. So the supplement is focused entirely on, this is the sewage treatment, process that needs to be implemented in order to advance, anything further.
The hearing on Tuesday night is for the siting, is that the SECRA
Yes.
hearing?
So right, so we tried to, the next, so just to continue on, the hearing is still ongoing, that record is open. So the draft environmental impact statement, for anyone who's not, familiar with it, we coordinate with every agency that will have anything to say or do with it. So the health department, the state, the Pine Barrens Commission, the planning board, anybody who will have anything to say about this, we coordinated with. They said, the town board, you are lead agency, so they're bound by your decision, but any decisions they make, they have to adopt their own findings related to it.
Janice, and this is as per our resolution in April of 2023 for this town board to coordinate
You
as
coordinated,
lead agency
yes.
for the seeker.
Yep,
Okay.
and then you assume lead agency, and then we went on to require the draft pre-prepared, which is what Carrie and her team did. Then we have a draft, this document, which is being vetted now. So, we'll get you all a copy if you don't have one in your offices, the new members who.
That's the supplemental?
This is the supplemental environmental impact statement.
And you could do that without having a map and plan already in place?
Well, so I'm getting to that point. Yes, you can, because this is all about the actual siting of the facility. This talks about where you're gonna put it and the environmental impacts of that. As
Before
a-
you can make a decision on,
But
how do you
included
make a
in this
decision
directive,
on that if you don't know the size of it?
we do know the size of it. We have an engineering report approved by EFC. That's part of this whole record. We do have an engineering report on this plan. In a parallel track is the map and plan report. How much does it cost? How does this, who's gonna pay for it? How does it cost? That's absolutely a consideration in all of this. We left the secret record open while we're formulating that map and plan report, which is Tom's side of the equation. And and Len, and we've included Dorothy because this is all coming down to like how are we gonna pay for it, the grants that we're going to get, how you put it on a balance sheet, and then they'll talk about all that. So really now that secret record is open, we're seeking to talk about now the forming of the district, which is a taxing district, which Kathleen will get into, how that all works. The map and plan report is the financial side of forming a taxation district, a taxing district. And that will be part of that secret
That
record.
goes back-
Comments on this map and plan will be responded to in the secret, is really what I'm trying to say. It's not, this is separate from that. They're gonna join, they're not really parallel, they're going to come together.
So the tax map also involves the 1, 2, 3.
Yes, this
So
district,
can
you'll
you
see,
just-
is the
Can
same.
you just maybe explain what this all is for the people who are listening, who might not? heard
The
you
overlay.
say? The overlay of
Absolutely.
001, 002, 3, and 4. This,
The,
away.
yes, the code, that is related to a zoning code that was enacted, so it's in our zoning book. And the thing about it is that no one can come in and go, oh, I wanna build this building under R01, like tomorrow. Because the zoning code, first and foremost, says none of this is available unless there's a sewer in place. So you can't avail yourself to this code. But what the code means is that it had like a progressive sort of higher densities, and then stepping down to lower as it got near residential and fanned out toward Flanders and South on 104. That was the idea. What the design of that looks like, I think we can look at, and we have some time because we're still gonna be doing engineering work.
So that
we
code
can-
is not set in stone, this
The
board
code
can...
is in the book,
Mhm.
but that doesn't mean that we couldn't do some design work and see what that code's gonna get you and make sure you're happy with it. And I think that's important, I really do,
Because
so
we have to make
everybody
sure it
sees
fits the
it.
neighborhood.
Yeah, there is this RAP action plan, which has all the, like what everybody voted on, what they wanted. It explains all the districts, the ensuing like kind of development we wanted to see, so it's very, very specific.
And that was developed
This is
with
on our
community...
website.
That
This
was developed with
the
community input?
community input, support.
How
but
long did
we
it
can-
take, Janice?
This is-
Roughly.
I
I remember it as like a 2-year process. I mean,
Easily.
it was, and our town attorney was one of the council people at the time. You helped, you worked on this. I believe you were the liaison to this area. So we had significant community input and support for,
Yep, there's
for
all
this
pictures in this
overlay.
wrap of people, and what they did was put like dots on post boards that said like, here's crime, here's problems, how we wanna connect streets and have more, interconnectivity throughout, having, an architectural appeal that is unique to Riverside. They didn't wanna be somewhere else or some, no offense, but they don't wanna look just like Riverhead, they wanna be Riverside. And that was part of that. Then what came out of that was talking about how Riverside, it's adjacent to the river, but there's no connection or, you can't really see the river. So that led into doing the Maritime Park. So the sea is all like kind of connected. So on the north side of 24, we preserved this board and previous board, some members are on this board and previous boards, preserved a lot of property on the north side. And the idea is to kind of balance out the additional density with the existing homes. This is the Peconic Estuary, a nationally recognized estuary, and we're trying to like kind of offset and balance like the inputs of nitrogen today. It would, with the added density, with the sewage treatment, you're actually less impactful than today. So that was the idea. So you could revitalize the area, add some density, because the community said we're willing to accept some amount of density here, because we need to revitalize our area, and it's the most economically disadvantaged community in all of Suffolk County, by the way. So
thanks for the background.
yeah, I
Thank
hope
you.
I'm not jumping around too much, but
No.
this is an important document, and if you don't have it, I'll have it printed for you so that you can read through it, and it is online, but this is what led up to this point. And now we're here, and now this point is, well,
Was the engineering report based on that RAP?
yes. Yes, everything was based on the original secra that was done. So everything here is based on all the work to date. It sets, the original secra sets thresholds, very, maybe some would say
Worst case. in
worst case
terms
scenario,
of-
a lot. But
Right.
maybe you only wanna do here, you don't have to redo all of secra to go down, you only have to redo secra when you're going more than what you projected, where if anything, when you really look at it and fill it all in, you may be under what we thought. So that's what we can right size and determine with a little more design work maybe, but when it comes to just projecting the sewer, projecting how big the facility needs to be, and the area it serves, that's the whole map and plan formation. And then with that, I'd like to just turn it over to Kathleen to talk about how that works, unless you have any other questions.
Well, I do have a question because I can see how many years they've been working on it and how much work everyone has done on it. But, when we were elected to, now with the new board composition and So we all have to be comfortable with what's happening. And my concern is, after hearing comments from people in Riverhead and others, that the density proposed, I think it's 2,300, affordable housing rental units to be put in. And I think that, I believe you said the existing density would represent 150,000 gallons per day. So, now we're gonna build a plant for 800,000 gallons per day. And do we need a plant that's that large? And should we reconsider what we're doing? I mean, of course, we wanna revitalize Riverside, and I'm not saying back to the drawing board, but I feel a responsibility on my part to raise these concerns that I have with the sizing of it. And where do we go with that?
So let's start with just the phase one right now is 400,000. So we may say in secret it's 800, but right now we're really talking about 400.
But aren't we talking about constructing a plant? So aren't you constructing a facility that would accommodate 800?
At this point, no.
Is the 800
they
the full
come in-
build-out?
It's
Full build out, and they
full-
come in
that's correct.
modules
And
of
connection
200.
Of all existing development as well.
So
Go ahead.
not to get very technical, but the
ahead,
way
be
we've,
technical.
the way we've contemplated the treatment plant design is only to build 400,000 gallons a day, because they can be built in a modular fashion, where I can stop construction at one concrete wall and then add to that concrete wall at a later date, if necessary, for the additional 400,000 gallons a day, all right? It's several tanks that comprise the 400,000, it's 100,000 gallon modules there. Second phase would be another 4 100,000 gallon modules, if it's deemed appropriate. So there's two factors that we've already considered as part of the design. One, that particular expandability of the type of process that we were looking at. And that goes across both processes that are currently accepted by Suffolk County, which is MBR, which is membrane bioreactors, and then SBR, which is sequencing batch reactors. Two different.
Don't
two-
we have to make a decision, because one is
We
much
will-
more expensive?
We will definitely make that decision, but that's the subject of a RFQ that's due today. Okay, so yes, you
We
would make
looked
that.
at the worst case scenario, which is the highest expense, the MBR, in the map and plan report.
Right.
So if you went to SBR instead of MBR, it would be cheaper. So it's never gonna be more expensive.
That
So-
come into play with the depth and didn't we look at something there?
We
The
had.
recharge.
We had
Yeah.
recharge discussions as
Okay.
well, that's correct.
Okay.
But back to the second part of the point, health department's flow rates, which is what this system is currently designed for, we know are overstated by about 30%. So there may not be a need to go and expand those modules or build them at all, based on when and or if the theoretical would occur. Right, and that zoning portion of it is still under the control of the town as it relates to identifying what parcels that they feel would be appropriate for that zoning versus what parcels are not. That's what the key to the RAP was able to do.
Also, I just wanna correct something. There's not 2,500 affordable.
2,300.
2,300. That was the worst case scenario, and there was a 50% affordability component, so it was never
it's
all
20%.
100%.
Units, I meant to
Unit.
say units, so
Yeah,
that it's
but,
more, the
um,
density goes up by 2,300 units.
Which is why I agree that we should look at what the outcome and make sure
Mhm.
you're happy with how it would, and I really suggest we do that, but that doesn't change the idea that you still need a sewage treatment facility and how it would be structured in terms of cost. It would be, if you had less, it would always be less than what we're proposing, which would be financed,
Before you go too far
significantly.
past it, the recharge is the same for both types of system?
The recharge issue, sorry, I'll take that question.
Okay.
Maybe we should
The
start at
recharge-
the top, maybe.
Yeah, so
might
that
help.
recharge issue, what, that they're talking about, EFC, New York State EFC, hired a consultant to do value engineering on the CWSRF report prepared by my office, okay? As part of that value engineering process, what they asked us to do was look at what are called injection wells, okay? Very uncommon on Long Island. Very, very uncommon and very costly on Long Island based on what they wanted to propose. Conventional subsurface sewage disposal at the treatment plant level is still a leaching pool, okay? That was our original proposal, but there were some questions that Arcadis was the name of the engineering firm, raised as to that injection well and the construction of injection wells being much cheaper. Given the depth that we would need to build those wells to, it's not cheaper to do it that way. We've already evaluated that and ascertained that, and it's part of the response to comments on the CWSRF that was submitted as part of the intended use plan that EFC uses to fund the project. Okay,
We
so
made some
that,
assumptions about the depth of the wells that were not.
correct.
Okay.
A
And that
hundred-
is-
Thought it was
So that part of it is
That's
where I was
exactly
getting at though,
right.
is like that part of it has already been, it doesn't matter if which type of system we go with, that recharge portion has already been kind of vetted out.
Yes.
In
Yeah,
this
it's-
document, it is
Okay.
vetted,
It's
and that,
evaluated alternatives.
I would
You know,
never
this
agree to
board
injection
has
wells.
the ability
Ever.
to choose from different recharge options. We also had the constructed wetland option and rolled that out or suggested that there's some
Deep too.
reasons to not pursue that. So it's up, it's compared in the documents, and it's gonna be up to the board to make an
So
ultimate
which
decision.
way is it going now? A leaching pool?
Right, yeah, we've recommended leaching pools.
and that requires Pine Barrens approval, because there's clearing associated with that, and that we're before them
And
on that
how big are the
issue.
leaching pools?
I'm sorry?
How big are the
It's
leaching pools?
approximately 320 pools total,
Okay.
okay?
How much
But,
is each pool?
well, the depth of groundwater in that area is fairly shallow. It's anywhere between 8 and 12 feet. So that's why you have such a large number of
Yeah, 'cause
pools.
you can't go down that deep.
Right, correct, you can't go down that deep. Typical depth is somewhere, if you have the hydraulics correctly designed, somewhere between 12 and 16 feet of what's called effective depth, okay? Allowable leaching area recognized by health department. So your total depth ends up to be about 20 feet. In a normal scenario, the depth of these is gonna be well below that, only about 12 feet deep at a maximum.
Are you
okay?
required to have a space between the bottom of the leaching pool
Yeah,
and the
3
top of the water table?
Yes, 3
3
feet.
feet.
3
Are
feet.
Famous
you,
runoff, okay.
You have enough property now, though, to accommodate all the leaching pools?
Yes, we've demonstrated that through a design layout, a very conceptual plan, that we were able to get enough leaching onto the parcels.
And so how does, I understand what you're saying about the components and the expansion if necessary in the future, but how, if anything, does that affect the collection and conveyance system? Are we
Same-
gonna have to overbuild for that?
That's a great question as well. When we reevaluated this to phase it, and you'll see in the yellow areas that are on the maps, you'll see several pump stations identified that are all required at this point for phase one.
Where are the, okay.
Existing,
Yeah, phase one is yellow on the
Right.
map.
Phase one is yellow, and the pump stations themselves are little red squares. All right, remember, this map is like one is 1,000, and then it's half scaled so that it's easier for you guys to manage.
Oh, I see,
Planning-
it's got arrows
Yeah,
to it.
Correct. Yeah, so you can see where the location of those are, and all 4 of them need to be built, 3 of the 4 need to be built as part of phase one. Pump station 4, which is down in the south area, does not need to be built as part of phase one.
this is being sized for the existing flow in this Phase 1 area. And I understand it's with an eye toward gearing up for more flow in the future if people, build more things in the Riverside area. But
Well,
right
and
now,
also there's existing density on both phases.
exactly.
So there's existing, it's not, everybody existing is in phase one. It's sort of like, we tried to, do a lot of existing and some new development to foster that revitalization. And then the second phase, more existing. And then it shows these upper parcels, but most of that is parkland in the second phase, so,
Our water quality grants were predicated on existing flow.
yes.
Yeah, so that's an
In-
important
in-
point, that
yep.
for right now, we're building this for existing flow with the ability to accommodate the wrap plan with the modules that you were saying.
Correct.
Okay,
Right.
that's how I
And if you
understood it.
wanted to say, well, this is a cap or something. And we can always revisit the zoning that allowed that, if you wanted to somehow say.
I would
you
be
amend it.
more concerned about Riverhead's eye on our plan if it wasn't in the news every other week that they were putting up another 4 or 5 story apartment building in Riverhead.
7.
I mean, it's, they've put their own density in, and because they have an SDP, and so, now we're doing the same thing, and do I think, yes, the schools need to be consideration? Absolutely, but that's something we all have to work on together going forward, because I think their schools are already at capacity. So it's gonna be an issue regardless of what we do, but like I said, every week there's something in the paper about another 5-story apartment building going in and being approved in Riverside with,
In Riverhead.
in Riverhead, I'm sorry, with, tax credits and the whole 9 yards, so it's, yes, we
Right,
need to
they
be.
have an IDA, and that's an important point,
Yes.
because we're being asked to consider the school district and the funding and possibility of more students into the school district, whereas on the Riverhead side, they have an industrial development agency that does give tax breaks for assessments, so
We would,
it's an
I mean,
important
just
point.
generally, and using our own means with like community housing fund, we could say, okay, well, some of this needs to be ownership or townhouses instead of just rentals, or, there's ways that we could look at it and we can work with them. So, it's by
I
no
agree. We need
means
to
shutting
take
the
a look
door
at
on
it.
anything.
I'm less
Yeah.
concerned with the density than I am with, and maybe this is a Len question, of the people that live in this area. I mean, you said the most economically distinguished or disadvantaged community in Suffolk. Is it mandatory that all of these people connect? It is.
Suffolk County, usually, I'm pretty sure is in the code, the sanitary code, that once the system is online and it's installed and operational, you have like up to 2 years to connect. But we're talking about, the proposal here is talking about subsidizing the connections. And we're also talking about a financial plan that would subsidize the O&M costs going forward. And so we're looking to make it very affordable for the existing homeowners.
My concern with it is some of these people, I mean, you're talking about maybe $200 a year. To us, that doesn't seem like a lot, but to some of these people, I mean, I don't want to get us into a situation where they have to connect, and then all their gray water is going out into the backyard because they don't want to pay for their usage.
Well, that's not how it really works. What happens, the way sewer systems work is, there's no meter on the outflow. The meter's on the inflow. So we get a file from Suffolk County Water Authority, and
Makes sense.
so.
So you can't do that?
No.
Okay.
So you're gonna pay for it anyway, as soon as you turn your
Sounds like something
and then
from
usually work up an allocation for sprinkler usage, or if you have a pool, or something that's not going into the
Yeah.
septic system. So, you might take 10 or 15% off the top, allowing for watering outdoors, and the rest is part of your bill.
I'm just concerned about any additional bill on these people. I mean, it's hard to tell somebody that has an existing septic that's functioning,
Well, we
that
talked about.
isn't costing them
We also
anything.
talked about developing a plan where we can do some hardship funding for ongoing operation and maintenance costs. And the board can decide, and we can set aside funding, that if you met this criteria, we can subsidize your O&M, your annual bill, by such amount. That's all subject to talk.
Would that be through Suffolk County's septic improvement grant programs? or-
No,
Just
well,
here.
right now, we're talking internally funded,
Okay,
town funding. We've been in conversations with Assemblyman Thiel,
okay.
very advanced conversations, going forward to him writing a bill that will allow us to access CPF funding for O&M offset charges. So if we get that, and we're allowed to use, and that would be for existing development, if CPF, as you know, can't go for new development. So we would be able to utilize that funding, and that's actually something we have to do. It's on my to-do list, is to reach out to Fred again and to make sure that that bill's in the hopper now that the budget has been presented. So that funding mechanism could be in place to address just what you're talking about.
Everyone would have that option?
Just low-income.
Income
We
qualified.
have to discuss that.
It'd be-
It could be small business owners, it could be low-income homeowners, we can set thresholds. I mean, we have done this in other areas with the town code. So we can do a lot of that stuff that's subject to your
And then the
discretion.
new density would further offset those costs.
Well, that's for sure. As we build in, like new commercial, if there's a new store or something like that, they would be paying
Okay.
into the system. So that goes into the financial model.
But all
In
the new
addition, the other
homeowners-
reason why we made phase two like a little bit like phased out for some of these existing people, so they have some time before they have to connect. So you have the 2 years, but then the phase two would have to come online before any of the purple lots had to connect. So that at least gives them, we really want to get the existing development online, but we thought it was important to capture the mobile home parks first.
Because I know there's people in that, I'm just using an example because I know there's people in this mobile home park that, for instance, don't even want to pay the mobile home park for garbage pickup because they just can't afford it. So, I mean, these are the
That's
types
like
of
a
people
big
that we're talking
environmental-
about.
That's like a prime spot for us.
So
Yeah, I
isn't it
know.
great to fund the mobile home park to connect, but then have some agreements with the mobile home park that they're not gonna pass on some surcharge to their residents?
Mm-hmm.
Because you would, under a water quality grant, potentially you could, offset that.
There's
entire
also a
cost for them.
significant amount of maintenance in a septic system that shouldn't be overlooked, since we're discussing it. I mean, if something happens with your pools, that's a lot, that's expensive. And so that's something that the homeowners, will bear. They have these septic systems on their own properties, and, God
And they
forbid
aren't
something
getting on in
happens.
years these
But
You
I
got a
could just
plumber in
see-
there with
Could be.
machines, and that's
Well,
not cheap
For
either.
instance, if you had to do a cesspool correction, it's very easy to spend $2,500 or $3,000. That's 10 or 15 years worth of O&M.
Yes, but I could see,
$200
on my
or-
side, I wouldn't hook up until I had that issue.
You
Right.
wait till you had a failure.
Yeah.
or something,
So
right?
speaking of the hookups are no longer an issue, because we did the hookups in East Quogue for the water mains.
We're gonna
So
fund
we-
that out of environmental quality funding of CPA.
So even though
Yeah,
it's
so
a
that would be all
benefit to
covered.
the homeowners, the hookups are going to be part of this, not an issue. We're handling that.
Correct.
Okay.
But
So maybe
only the
the-
existing owners?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because any new development
Has
would
to
not
pay,
be.
it doesn't qualify for the CPF money.
Which is
Maybe we
something the
just-
community was always asking for, where is the overlap plan, excuse me, Janet? And that couldn't happen until we had this district in place. And so people in the community were wondering and asking us, where's the Riverside RAP plan? And where is that at? So this was part of moving that forward because the community was asking for it.
But you'd have two people, one who owns the home now and one who buys it subsequently. And this person, the prior owner, is gonna be able to have their O and M offset, but the new owner wouldn't?
No.
I
It's
thought
it's an
that's what
income,
it said.
it's
I
income
don't see that.
qualified. It's a threshold of income. If you're
Yeah.
low income,
But it's new development, doesn't that matter for the?
No,
It's
the same house on
there's
the
no
new
real,
owner.
yeah, I mean, it's this, theoretically, it's just the existing lot, somebody new moved in. If that new person who moved in, their income is low income, they would qualify for the subsidy. If the new person that moved in, they can afford the $250, then they would pay it.
I think you're saying
It's
that
really an
if there was a
income
new
thing.
parcel, like they built a new home.
Yeah,
wasn't
new
new,
home, one
then
of
they
these
would be, that would be
2,300.
open.
We
they
can't
would have
use
to
the
pay.
CPF to
You can't
offset
use
that.
That's what
CPF
I'm
to
saying,
offset.
so a
Yeah.
new home goes in next to a home that's already existing. This person's getting the O and M paid for by the town and this person isn't?
And you're saying it's not like ad valorem or something?
I don't know. I'm just reiterating what
No.
I'm
all I
saying.
could-
Hearing.
The benefit
I
is
think
the
you're talking about the
same.
connection.
The benefited area
Yeah.
would be the same, it's just a matter of somebody getting help with paying that cost. So the cost is the same spread out, and we can talk about that. Cost is always the same. The user fees are different, depending on how much you're using. But if, say, you get a bill in the mail for your $250, and you're under a threshold, you may want to create a program, we're saying that's up to you,
Mhm.
to create a low-income program to help them pay that $250.
Okay, I thought it was coming from the CPF, something Fred Deal was writing, and that would
That's an-
only affect.
That is.
To be
and,
determined.
It's not
That
already
could-
there.
that could
We're
be
almost talking about
separate.
two different things, but
The
that's
new
where the
flow,
new
and
flow
I'm not
has
sure
to
how
be.
much the new flow will qualify, but then you can maybe supplement it with some other funding. We'd
But
have to
is
talk
that
about
timed with the new, when you're saying new and old, as measured up against when the bill is passed? What's in existence at that time?
No, existing flow as it is now, when the
You're
system
taking somebody
is-
off of an
is
existing
formed,
system.
Right,
All right, so the
We've
first-
got identified 500 parcels right now. That's existing
That's
flow,
existing, okay.
right? And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
if you go from 500 to 1,000, those 500 new are gonna be new,
Right.
new
Okay.
flow.
New flow, new payment, new people, new, different.
I have-
Same old people, same lot, same house, low income, we may be able to create a program around that to help them,
But
is
not
what we're trying to
CPS
say.
money, but
No.
something else.
It could be
It
something else.
could be that, though, you
For
could
the-
potentially
for the
use water
flow.
quality type of money.
Now,
for
the
that.
hookups
It's
are
up to
gonna
you.
be different. If there's a new home on an empty lot.
The hookups we're gonna
They're
use
gonna be,
CPF.
they're gonna be hooking up themselves. And by the way, if I'm a builder,
They don't
and I have
have
a
to put-
choice
they don't
between
have
a
to put
septic
in a
system
septic system,
and hooking
yeah.
up to this, I'll take that all
Yeah.
day, because it's a lot cheaper. But as far as moving forward, the flow may or may not qualify for funding that we have. Is that correct? That,
New flow, no.
New
new,
flow has to be
Not-
paying their freight,
Whatever.
right?
Okay.
That's your
Yeah.
cost and you know
All
it
right.
going in.
There's
Yeah.
no-
yeah,
That's
your
part of
bill
your
is
new
gonna be
construction.
so they'll
estimated-
know.
When you buy
right
that
from the
lot,
outset.
your bill is estimated at $500 a year or $300 a year.
And you just factor it in like you would a water bill or
But you
anything
also
else
didn't
it's
have
gonna
to pay
be.
$15,000 or $20,000 to build a septic system.
That's right.
You know,
So-
that cost in your house is that much lower because you don't have septic.
I have one more question about the existing. So as these come online, as they connect to the new system, do the old septic systems just stay in place or
They
they
get
removed?
abandoned.
They need to be
Yeah.
abandoned per health department regs.
So they're
Right.
also, is that part of the cost of connection? Are we also removing all the old?
When-
That's all
and I'll
factored
confirm
into
this-
the existing stuff, right?
I'm sorry, yeah, let me just confirm this with Len. When we did the estimates, we also included abandonment on the,
Yeah,
on the
don't
lots.
you just fill it with sand,
Sand.
right?
Sand,
It's not,
well-
it's not that complicated.
It's a
of
ring and it gets
Yeah,
filled with
yeah,
sand, and
yeah.
if it's a little, if it's post 1973,
They have
there's
holding
a holding
tanks
tank.
and,
There's a-
yeah.
Correct, yeah, and you would just want to punch holes through the bottom of the
It
tank to
still
make
costs
sure.
money though, because
Yes,
it
it
has
does.
to be tested.
Yeah, well, no,
No.
residential does not have to be tested in Suffolk. The commercial units have to be tested for pollutants, priority pollutants.
That's only if you're abandoning, I think, an oil tank. You have
Correct.
to
Well,
test
or you
the
have a
ground
use-
around it.
If the county deems your use to be hazardous, they would identify it that way. Okay, I just want to revisit one of the points that you made, and just build on it a little bit further. When the conveyance or the collection and conveyance system is constructed, we're required to leave a house connection at the property line for each and every lot that is part of this district.
That's smart.
So that's part of the incentive is already there for them to start those connections and, connect as soon as they have a problem or a failure or something along that lines. That to make the point even further, maybe the town does want to consider, if a failure occurs, hey, we'll incentivize you to connect instead of trying to fix what's there. Very similar to what the health department's IA system program is, which is, look, the licensed scavenger, if after 2 episodes within any given year, the licensed scavenger is supposed to put a report into the county saying this system may be failing and you may want to identify it for IA systems.
What
So you
is
mean
a
the person who
licensed
pumps it out.
scavenger?
So a pumper.
It's like a pump
A
out.
pump truck.
Pump out.
It's a very nice term for a pump truck.
Yeah.
Honey wagon.
Mr.
Right, exactly.
And on average, do they do that?
I've run into it sporadically so far.
It's about if they do it or don't do it.
They either do it or don't.
We would want to do like a public works, like hook everyone up. That would be the
Yeah.
goal here, not leave it to someone to,
No.
someday maybe.
You gotta really-
We wanna make it like a
You really
clear
gotta
process
advertise
where
Well,
it.
we would put the lateral,
Yeah.
we wouldn't go all the way to the house though. They would have to come from the house to the.
On the existing, we're going to that. We're
We
doing
No, we would
everything.
go right to the
Right
hook.
to the hook,
Yeah.
right to the house.
Right to
We
the
could
house.
do it that way.
That's our vendor. We would contract with a vendor
Right to the house.
and they would go,
You can't
we're
go
on
on
this.
private property though.
Well, they would obviously,
They would have to acknowledge it because we're gonna have to get their
Approval.
approval and stuff, sure.
it would be better to let us do it than be on
Sure,
the hook to
but
do it
then-
themselves, right?
'Cause we
So-
can-
But if you're saying it's mandatory,
Well, usually
Well,
what
it's
you would do.
mandatory,
They can-
somebody
Yeah,
does
you would say
it.
that we'll be paying for this through December 31st of 2027. After that date, you'll be paying for it. You
Right.
Pick which one you would like to do. And
'Cause it'd
so
be-
that's kind of how you do it. It's
It'd be cheaper for the town because it'd be doing, instead of
the whole
100
street.
of them,
We'll do a whole street.
yeah.
Yeah,
Instead
it'd
of-
just be
so
easier. and
playing
then you know
devil's
it was-
advocate, what if somebody says, no, I'm not doing it?
Well, we
Well,
would have to do a
there's,
code,
like,
I think, to,
There is a
have
health
some.
department.
There's a health
There's-
code violation that I think Suffolk
Health
County Health
Department
Department
gets
can come
involved
and
in
issue.
that case.
So it's typically 180 days, okay? We had discussed at one point, the town has the option to extend that timeline but it still should be finite.
Okay.
All right, and the suggestion that I had made personally was 2 years was what
So
I
with
thought
that
was
many systems.
yeah, was appropriate for saying, okay, you have up to 2 years to make your connection. There's a huge environmental benefit that I want to just bring up one more time to everybody. By making this connection and revitalizing at the same time, you're seeing a huge decrease in nitrogen discharge. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. A 10% decrease in nitrogen discharge over what's existing there now, and you're increasing your tax base significantly because of the overlay that's there.
Do we know what that number is? How much nitrogen will be mitigated? By
Off the top, I
installing
don't remember.
Okay.
I seem to recall
But we will.
I had it.
4.5 pounds versus.
Your memory's good.
I don't want to misquote, so I don't recall.
Okay.
So, and the other part of it is how, we did this assuming the, full build out. So depending on how much is actually built, the more you connect, that nitrogen levels go down, and you're not adding new nitrogen into the system. So right now, existing nitrogen concentration is 4.58.
But an existing system is truly like 40 to 60 milligrams per liter, right?
Correct.
And so
Correct.
you're going from 40 to 60 per system to less than,
10.
let's say, 10.
Yes.
That's a significant change.
And that's nitrogen that's not going into the Peconic Bay system.
Yeah,
Right.
that delta
That's
is
correct.
is saved.
That's one of the reasons why we're doing this.
Why you're doing this, exactly.
That's what's enabled us to qualify for all this grant money.
And
right?
that was
That's
based
the
on
state's
the
incentive for us to do this.
A nitrogen load reduction calculation, we didn't have a separate study done by anybody.
We did that by the nitrogen load
Yeah.
was done as part of the EIS process, correct?
Yeah, the original GEIS, we ran the nitrogen analysis. And like I said, depending on, but that is, that assumed new development, existing conditions. It improves if you were to connect every, existing home.
Do you know if
So-
those are similar numbers that we see in the village of West Hampton Beach and the village of Sag Harbor where we do have wastewater treatment facilities?
I don't know that.
Okay,
I don't know
We
I'm
can
sure
look at
there was
their-
an analysis done.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was. I
Yeah.
just-
But before we get too far down the road, I just want to talk about the map and plan
Yeah, why don't we
district
look
legal-
at
there's a
the
legal
presentation?
process.
process
There's a
before,
legal process
because
Yes.
that's
that takes
important
place.
to
Yes,
file
yeah,
that.
Well, let's see what you have here for the map and plan.
Yes.
Sure, so, as we've talked about, the RAP and the ROD zoning simply cannot be realized without the sewer district. And, obviously, it's always been a goal that the homeowners within that proposed district pay as little as possible, if anything. And so in the efforts to try and get that funding, we've realized that we really have to start the process of establishing the sewer districts so that we can be eligible for that funding. And that's where EFC has come in and other state and municipal grants. So typically, I'll just, for those of you who might not be so familiar with it, the New York State Legislature has identified those projects for which special improvement districts can be formed and funded. Article 12A of New York State Town Law addresses that, and a sewer district is, of course, one of those areas in which you can establish a district and tax the property owners within that district. So essentially, to oversimplify it, it's a 3-step process. Your first step is the adoption of a map, plan, and report prepared by an engineer, which we have. That was authorized by Town Board Resolution number 1356 of 2023 in November 14th of 2023, and that authorized your consultants here to begin that process. So this is the map and plan. We haven't yet filed it in the town clerk's office.
Well, isn't that what we're here today, to review the map and plan that was authorized in November that you then created and now you're gonna present to the board to go through it?
That's what we're talking about right now.
Oh, okay, I thought you said you were talking about filing it already.
Well, when we file it for, so that it's available for public
It's a
review and
draft
inspection.
right now.
That would be on Tuesday.
Yeah.
We could, and so your notice of public hearing, that I put before you all, and that's on, the draft agenda today, is basically, a compilation, like the information that matters under the state law for what's in here. So,
I'll just go through it with you quickly, if you have that resolution in front of you.
Mhm.
The first 5 pages are legal description of that boundary for the district. That's required by law, that it be in there. And on the top of page 6, you will see the recitals that are necessary under New York State Town Law. And those recitals are taken from the map, the plan, and the report, right? This is information that we've gotten from this map, plan, and report. And then once you have the public hearing, that's what you're going to be listening to. You can amend the map, plan, and report if, what you hear at the public hearing isn't something that you'd like. So if you look at, numbers 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, 3, and 4 are really just basic legal recitals indicating that this is the project, right? It's a sewer district. Number 5 is really where we start to talk about the cost. The maximum amount proposed to be expended for the improvement is approximately $35,525,634. That is approximately $33,621,134 attributable to the construction costs, and approximately $904,500 attributable to the hookup fees. Again, all of this has to be noticed pursuant to the law, and approximately $1 million attributable to the annual operation and maintenance costs. So those are some large numbers. The very next paragraph, number 6, says those construction costs, as well as the design and the permitting, are going to be financed through various funding sources comprised of grants, and then we've identified those granting sources right in there. So the first, $250,000 from Suffolk County, that's the ARPA money. The second.
Oh, the first is the
Water quality. The second, $5 million from.
WQPRP?
Yes.
Yep. The second is the $5 million from Suffolk County Federal Infrastructure Funding.
That's the ARPA. Right.
That's the ARPA, thank you. The third is a $5 million federal member item grant. That's the Senator Schumer money. Fourth is.
Has that been confirmed? I mean, we actually have the letter saying that that's.
Yes,
that
we
money.
are working on getting it. But yes, we have that confirmed. And now it's a matter of completing our NEPA federal. It's like SECRA, but a little different. And that needs to be completed before they'll give it to us, but we do have it.
The way you
earmarked.
access the grant is
It's
through
a window.
EPA, federal EPA, and they have a pretty long list of requirements. And so we're working on knocking off those requirements in order for them to issue the letter.
Is this legislation required to acquire that grant money? In other words,
This-
do we have to form the district in
Yes.
order to really?
Yep. You can't really avail yourself to the EFC
Thought
money, the ARPA money. ARPA money is construction costs. The EFC money, you have to form a district, and the congressional money.
Okay.
So that's why we're at that formation of the district point in order to obtain these funds. But these funds have been identified and confirmed. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's okay.
Excuse me.
So again, paragraph 6, number 4, the New York State EFC grant in the amount of $14,762,817. 5, the CPF Water Quality Improvement Grant in the amount of $7.5 million. And 6, remaining funds from an existing CPF allocation in the amount of $2,012,817. All of those funding sources add up to $34,525,634. The remaining $1 million that's attributable to the annual operation and maintenance is proposed to be funded in part through a town subsidy, and then the remaining $225 annually for the user fee, which is what you were concerned about. Number 8 talks about the estimated hookup fees, and the town law requires that we're specific about how we calculated those hookup fees. So that $904,500. If you look at that, it's indicated how many lots and what it's gonna cost for each of those. And then on the following page, number 9, the assessments for the capital costs shall be based upon a benefit basis utilizing ad valorem values. However, the capital costs will be funded as described in what we just told you in paragraph 6. So the assessments for property owner usage shall be based on the benefit basis measured by what they use. But we do not intend for anybody to have to pay for any capital costs associated with the project. And frankly, we would never get Part 85 approval from the state comptroller's office because they're going to be looking at affordability of this district, right? They're going to look at affordability for this tax. And we would not be able to show them that affordability for these residents in this area without all of those grant funding sources.
To Councilwoman McNamara's question earlier with sensitivity to some of the economic circumstances in this area, how does the tax, the formation of the tax district impact their taxes by, if there is any impact whatsoever? It's all the costs that we're looking at now? That
No,
is
it's
sort of
$225 per year. That's
which
number 10.
that's what we're saying. We're looking at ways to try to provide
Offset.
accommodation somehow.
Yes,
to the,
for a
okay.
low-income
I just wanted to
threshold.
clarify
And their
that.
sewer bill is separate from their tax bill, right?
Is
Yes.
it,
It's a special
Yes.
tax district, so it's going to be on, your,
Your tax.
So
Yeah.
everybody's
Yeah.
usage will be calculated and then as a line item on their tax
No.
bill?
No.
No, right?
We'll send out annual bills for the prior year usage. The controller's office or somebody will send out the bills.
I don't think so. Tony's is
And-
not
No,
it.
not happening.
That's gonna be running the sewer district, so.
Well,
Yeah,
that has to
you
be
will also
determined.
select who will be
Yeah,
running it,
whether or not
and
this
that
is
is who
a-
sends the
you know,
bills.
we have to, maybe
Right,
it's a
we're gonna-
department or
It's
something.
somebody's gonna.
It'll be similar to like how the water district operates.
Correct,
Yes,
yes.
exactly.
And you would be the commissioners, you would be the ones to, just the same way.
so to your point, Councilman, paragraph 10, we have to identify the cost to a typical property owner, and we've identified that cost as approximately $225 at this point in time. We certainly hope to have programs that can, reduce that cost, but that is what we're required to notify in this order.
And the cost per home is going to be determined by the number of bedrooms, correct?
No,
No.
no,
Is that-
no, by
go
the
ahead.
amount of usage. So if
many
Their
gallons of
usage,
water?
whatever it is? it's-
we
okay, it's not-
estimated it based on the amount of bedrooms. That's how you came up with the single-family equivalent, I think you used.
That's correct.
Okay, I knew,
So that's how we
I knew it was in there
estimated
somewhere.
usage. But actual bill, if you're, a
It's gonna
single
be
family, one person, your usage is gonna be much less.
So then you could pretty much really drill down on what the costs are gonna be based, if you're going in, then their water bill would be a very,
That's
That's
how we
correct.
do it, that's how he does it in
Yeah,
the first
one of the
place.
analyses that we did when we projected flow rates for this district was based on water bills. Okay? The challenge with the water bills for a proposed district, though, is there's a lot of vacant properties there that still needed to be contemplated, and that's where the flow rates that we've designed for reflect 400,000 gallons a day, because there's, potential build-out under your existing zoning that needed to be looked at as well.
but I'm just saying for homeowners, existing homeowners, could get, once this is more down the road, could say, here's my water bill, what's my expected usage
Sure,
fee on the sewer
we can
side?
put a calculator to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if we could also bring that to the community too, I know that
A
the.
flow chart.
Yeah, I know that, the community is very supportive of revitalization, so I understand the importance of this project. But I do think, to the councilwoman's point, if we could try to find a way to provide that to the residents on what to expect, that would be a great way to sort of open up the conversations so they know what are the steps that will come after that.
If you, like just a flow chart, if you get 100 gallons of water, it's gonna be that. If you
Well,
use 400
Gotcha.
gallons-
that's easy enough to calculate,
Yeah.
because that's how we came up with the 225 gallons per day for an average household. That's the number, so now if you multiply that out for the year, the homeowner's gonna have to really look at their bill. It's not so easy to go back to your water bill then and figure it out.
Suffolk County Water issues their usage based on hundreds of cubic feet.
Yeah, it's not so easy.
It's a lot, we're designing on gallons per day. I can tell you 748 gallons is 100 cubic feet, but not, the average person is gonna have to look for that information unless we
Yeah.
provide it to them. So to your point, that can be part of the bottom, hey, when you look at your water bill, here's where your usage is, it's in CCF, hundreds of cubic feet. You just need to do this simple multiplication or division to
We should
get
have
what
a
you need.
calculator on the
Yeah.
website that people can just
You
type
might,
in
you
there.
might
That's
start
not
with
a
a
bad
public
idea.
hearing.
Dump in their
It's a good idea.
Yeah, it's
CCF,
just not a
and come
straight,
out
it's not a
Think
straight
so.
across.
Well,
That's
it could
different.
it could be provided to them that this is a really, this is not, specifically what it's going to be. It's an approximation. I think that's
But if
that's
it's
helpful.
not based on bedrooms and it's based on water usage, then the people with pools or irrigation are gonna pay more than the people that don't have it, and that water is is not getting sent back to be treated at the plant.
Typically, you provide a factor, a reduction factor in summer months for that. So the typical person uses their irrigation system from April 1st until October 30th, or a little bit smaller depending on where you are.
Because you can go, like, if you use 100 gallons in October.
And it's even more of an
and
incentive
so-
for people to conserve their water usage.
So you
Yeah.
you can average it.
Sometimes what municipalities do is they also allow, if you feel that you're getting disproportionately charged, you can add into your code that if you want to put a separate meter on your sprinkler system, you can, and then we'll accept that, and we'll back that out of your total. So that's another option to account for all of that. And so municipalities do that as part of their sewer charge calculation. And then sometimes it's just easier, let's just take 15% off the top and be done with it. And you start with that, and then if you can prove higher by a separate meter, then we'll take that into consideration too. And then this calculation is done at like in January of the year, February, and the bills go out sometime in March.
Len, do you
Kind of
have,
how the cycle works.
do you have a percentage in mind of what we would charge? I know other municipalities charge 20% of the water usage for sewage charge. 20% of your water. Okay, it's an equation, that's later.
Yeah,
We don't, okay.
You would
I
get a
understand.
bill, people, if you use the average usage, you would get a bill somewhere in the area of $200 to $250. That's kind of what we're estimating
Annually.
annually, and that's it. That's your septic bill, nothing else. No, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Forgetting about, I mean, you can't forget about it, but all the environmental stuff is way, way, way over the top. But just on an individual homeowner basis, that's what it's going to cost.
About
And we're not gonna
$24 a
staff
month.
the-
Okay.
No, you would do the private operation. This is
Yeah.
a vendor.
Several considerations for how you can operate that facility if you want it. You can use a private contract operator, all right? And before I get that deep into it, your speedies permit is gonna dictate how much you need to staff that facility to, okay? But remember that you're also operating the conveyance system as well. So there's 4 pump stations that will need maintenance, as well as the sewage treatment plant. If there's blockages in the gravity portion of the collection system, someone's gonna have to come out and maintain that as well. So you can do an on-call
And monitor.
and monitor. You can do private operator and monitor. Or, Suffolk County has in the past accepted these facilities for dedication. It becomes a county facility, okay? They did that in Port Jeff. Stony Brook had a private facility, and they transmit flow now to the county. The county took over the system.
We would have to figure out what's the best for the people in the town.
Monetarily,
Yeah.
exactly.
Speaking about the county is actually, and Riverhead has indicated that the county center, they're interested in hooking up into our system. I mean, Riverhead is pushing that.
Because they're not getting paid.
Well, I think that they want flow in their system to free up more development.
Yeah.
That's really the
Yep.
thing. I ultimately, the county.
Well, that's how it got put to it, like, it's using this much flow that we could use elsewhere in
Right,
Norwood.
send this
Well-
over to you, it's in your town, you take it flow.
In their
That-
defense, I told them that, and they said they would like to come back and talk more about what they want it for and why they want them off, so I would just
How much? did
suspend
they
judgment
use?
on that
They
until
were at
they
one of
hear
our
What did
from
they
them.
use?
90,000 gallons a day
Yeah.
was what was said at the draft hearing.
So would the 400 cover the first phase and theirs?
Yeah.
And their,
It just limits-
Obviously, that would limit new growth,
development.
but
That's not just the jail, right? I mean.
that's the
That's the
county
county
center, the
complex.
whole thing,
That's
like
more than
there's
90,
courts
I
and,
Inclusive
no,
of
they
the
gave
jail.
us their
I
records.
thought
It was, like 93 or something.
90, yeah, well, they have monitoring records because there's a pump station that conveys flow over to the district. So there's a flow meter on that pump station, from what I understand.
And that's the whole facility, jail and
That's
court
correct.
system.
It's
It's
on the
directly
bridge.
across,
On the bridge.
Oh, yeah.
What is it?
The
It's on the
24?
bridge, yeah.
Pretty sure it's directly across on the river from 24 is where
But
the
I
pump
think it's
station.
My
important to
wife works there.
confirm all the numbers that,
Yeah.
with the county and figure out that that's, but
Is
I
that-
think the sewer
Janice?
I had a
operator gave us
question.
that
Go ahead.
number.
I had a question, this is brought up too. What happens if something out of the district, like the jail, or more development over here wants to hook up?
Well, the jail you would put in as a district boundary and another phase, like, let's
Yeah.
say,
That's what I wanted
we
to
don't have
find
it
out.
on here as phase one, so I would
Yeah.
Or
recommend,
phase two.
you know, as a response to comments in our secra, you could say, well, we'll look at it, and it would have to be a separate phase or a different time, and you'd map it out, and then we'd have to do a district,
Boundary.
Extension.
extension.
Could you do,
And who would fund that? They would fund that?
I'm sorry. That's all like an amended map and plan,
Right,
and they, you know,
right.
you gotta figure all that out. You can't just
You would
add
do
it in. You have to be like, okay, what's
Where
their
the money's
user
coming.
fees? How
Yeah.
much does this cost? Does it
if
change
we went that
anything?
route and we did the county as a separate thing, could you add, see, we had the 400,000, could you add one of those 100,000 gallon tanks just for the county
Uh,
center?
Yeah, yes, with a small caveat, you add 2 modules at a time because it's more efficient to do so. Okay, so you would go from 4 to 6, and then to 800,000 if you wanted
It
to.
always goes in
And I would
increments of
assume we
two.
could go to the county for funding on that if
I would hope so.
they're,
Well, that would be-
Facility.
You wouldn't accept it unless it was all
Yeah.
Yeah.
wrapped up in a contract.
And
Yeah.
Right.
we should keep in mind that they have granted us 5,250,000 now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there's a correction here. So they said the Suffolk County Health Department, it's more than they said. I think we were separating the two. So it would be, everything is 169,000. So we were thinking correctional separate from
Wow.
courts.
Right.
So I'm sorry.
So
So,
there's
but
your
this
two
says,
modules.
it says, here's what it says. The Suffolk County Department of Health design flow shows the correctional facility at 122,000 gallons per day and the county center and courts at 47,000 for a total of 169. However, the meter shows closer to an average of 100 as the total flow.
Maybe they didn't build that
That's-
either.
So the design flow is
They
one
didn't
thing,
build
like
that
we
out.
said, you design it to one thing, but the actual is
right.
typically less.
That makes
So
sense.
we weren't wrong, the actual is 100, but the design flow is
Right.
169.
And also remember what I had stated to you guys earlier, that the county flow rates are overstated by about 30% right now. So when they said Suffolk County design flow rates in this statement, I think they already knew that they were overstating the amount of capacity that you would need to give to them for connection. Okay,
Does
so
it work
that,
that way though? Can you,
if you can demonstrate 100,000 gallons a day is what you need for your connection, and they don't need any further expansion, any further building or any of that you can do. But if there are plans for redesign or upgrade of the facility or anything else, then you need to reserve capacity for them at a later date, and that's subject to, if
Probably
you
would.
choose to do that, right? And
Based on design flow.
correct, and it's based on design flow.
Okay, thanks. I remembered seeing
No,
that.
that's
Oh, that's-
important, I'm
that
sorry,
was very
and that
important.
was where that came from. I knew that,
That's the
we
letter.
kept saying 100, but that was the actual, not the design flow, so I'm sorry for,
No, that's
Janice?
fine.
Important.
Thanks for clarifying.
yeah.
how
Janice,
important is the, I'm sorry.
the 14,762,000 from the state of New York, is that considered part of the environmental justice initiative that the state is pushing in the past couple of years?
It is, the environmental justice piece here is that we, in going through that whole value engineering process,
Mhm.
we are eligible for 0% financing for 30 years. So that means you can bond, put everything on like the balance sheet, and then you're getting back the grant money as you're spending it down, right? And that was. but
While
the-
this money comes in. we
And this
can
money comes from the
Theoretically,
bipartisan infrastructure law
uh-huh.
money that flows through EFC. So it comes through
Okay.
the federal government to EFC. We were listed on the intended use plan, and this is the allocation, which is 50% generally of the construction costs. Is that, am I saying that right? Okay, good. Yeah,
And,
so,
yeah, 50, and what we would do, because we're gonna have to lay out $35 million here, we would basically set up like a letter of credit, and it would be interest-free. And as the vendor claims came in, we would pay them out of this letter of credit, and that would continue to increase. And then we would put our vouchers in to get the state aid claims. And so we would never be out money, it would just be a flowing transaction.
and that's the beauty of EFC, is that they're a lending arm, so it's never on your books, it's on.
At some point,
Theirs,
we'll have
right.
to do, once the district is approved, we'll have to do bond resolutions, and we'll get bond counsel in to approve a bonding, to allow for this letter of credit. Yeah, so
But
that's,
a lot of those grants are reimbursable grants, so
Yeah.
that means you lay out the money, and then you may wait a year.
oh,
to
yeah,
get
that's
it
why
back.
we need the letter of credit, absolutely.
But EFC and ARPA are already like, they're
They're
like
there.
right away. They'll give you
Okay.
money, you
Yeah,
know,
no,
from the
but
get-go.
she's
And we can
correct.
borrow off
That's why
of-
we want to get this interest-free line of credit
Oh,
to
one
fund
gave us
us
a big
while
check.
we're waiting for the reimbursement.
But you still
And-
have to, I think you still have to lay out, so you pay the contractor,
Yes.
and
And you wait.
EFC, no, but EFC gives you the money, and then you put in to get refunded. I mean, I don't think you can just pull from EFC.
No, I
No,
think
no, no,
directly to
but
the
they're pretty quick.
contractor.
They turn it around within a week. I mean, I've done this with them. So you send in the voucher, once this is all established, and you send them in a bill, it's signed off by the design engineer, like there's a process. And once the design engineer says, yes, this vendor submitted the bills for concrete, and yes, and then our construction engineer signs off on it, that package goes in, you submit it, they'll wire you the money within a week.
We have to have at least, let's just say $5 million to be able to pay the vendors, to then be reimbursed. from
Probably,
EFC.
yeah, sure, yeah, sure. But
And-
remember, we have CPF money in the account, so.
Right,
yeah,
we
We
do
have a whole
the
capital
We do have a
project that
capital
we're,
fund
yeah.
with about 9 million in it, so,
Right, but remember, the
Should
CPF
fall.
can be used for the non-CPF.
right, once we're doing the
Right.
construction, it's kind of all blended. It's all-
Well, yeah, okay.
Gotta keep it some type of separated.
And enumerated, yeah.
Yes, like, good point, so we'll get to that.
So
So
does it-
let's have
Okay.
map and plan presentation.
That was it.
What?
What did you want us?
No, I thought you were gonna go through the map and plan with us. I mean, I don't have the map and plan. Does everybody have a copy of it already?
Are you talking about the financials? Like that we
the
just went
map
over
and
with
plan. You know.
the actual like sewer on the plan? What do you mean by map
No, I mean
and
the
plan?
document that's called the map and plan that they go through, you know, how much, the different options.
You mean where the mains would go and the pump?
Right,
stations?
no, that map and plan is gonna be given to you, I think it's almost final before the hearing, right?
We have to finalize
Just
one,
like
one
what-
financial, so that document is more of a financial, legal document than it is an engineering document for the purposes of district formation for any municipality,
Do
okay?
you, yeah, maybe you're talking about the CWSRF, like the actual engineering report? Or
No,
this, like,
I think she means
take a look
that.
at that and see,
just
make
mean
sure
this,
that's.
but I-
That's the map and plan.
I don't like the idea of scheduling a public hearing for something that we didn't even go through yet, and it's not even complete. You know,
Well,
you said
we have
there's still some
financials,
things
we
you
have
to
Lens
work
financials,
on.
they're gonna be here tomorrow. So
That will
that's
be-
what I
That
have
will
to
be
do.
complete by Friday afternoon.
Yeah,
That will be complete by Friday afternoon, tomorrow.
tomorrow, that's what I'm saying.
Tomorrow.
The,
Kyle's currently working on it right now.
Okay.
So, what about it is not complete? I
Nothing.
mean, there
That-
is,
that's
everything
right,
is
that's the
complete.
document.
Okay, so I was gonna say we are complete. The only difference is what?
You're gonna publish, I think it is.
I just thought we were gonna have this up on the screen so that you could walk us through, you know, the different,
So sorry.
you know, the different things that are highlighted here that are relevant to the discussion.
So, we,
Why, isn't that kind
are
of what we've talked
confused.
about? Like, I think we've talked about
Yeah.
most of the things that are in that map and plan, which is the project the description of what we're gonna be building, the map, right, that's the map, the plan of how we're gonna
pay
do
for
it. The finances is how we're gonna talk about the finances, which is also a big component of that, and we've talked about that. And then a lot of the rest of the stuff in there is like actually identifying the parcels, you know, the tax map number, you know, that's kind of real in the woods kind of stuff, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
but the options about, you know, the different types of
Treatment
systems
systems.
and how, you know,
so
how
that's,
that would
that's
affect
the
the
secret,
cost.
that's
secret.
confusing two
No,
different
but
things,
that
yeah.
should be in the map and plan too, the
Not
cost of
typically.
the cost of.
No, so, and again, I'll say it to you in such a fashion so that you understand the impact of that map and plan report is a final document forming a district around which either the state controller or the town board or the combination of the two says, here's what it's going to cost the average consumer for sewage disposal within this boundary is the goal of that whole report. So to go through the options analysis, that was done as part of CWSRF and secret determination. The map and plan report is a final document based on the options analysis done as CWSRF.
Right, so I think what you're saying is more of a GEIS.
Yeah, but also to your
concern.
point, we are trying to match the hearings up so that the secret hearing and this hearing can travel together. So you have, Tuesday, you have another secret hearing, and then this, proposal is setting the public hearing for February 13th. We have time limitations in which we have to set the public hearing. And so the goal would be to then adjourn also the secret again to February 13th, so that they could meet up, and if, you know.
And
Do
so
it at the
during the
same
public
time.
hearing, will
Yeah.
you be presenting on this to the public? Will you be getting up there and explaining, giving a
So
rundown?
I think what you're
or-
looking for is this, that's already ongoing, is the secret. The secret talks about all the options, the MBR, SBR,
Right, but I thought-
that's here.
But I thought
That-
once you get the options, here's the options, now we're gonna say,
Yes,
this is what we're going to do, and this is what it's gonna cost,
Yep.
and this is what it'll cost the taxpayers if we get this grant, if we don't get this grant.
Well, we
Where
have-
is all that in here?
we got all the grants, that's the whole
But
point.
we didn't even apply for that EFC grant, so I don't understand.
Oh, yes, we did.
Oh, no, the application's due in June, that's what they
No,
said
no,
on
no,
the
no, no,
phone.
no, no.
They might have said that if everything looks good when you submit it, we would give you that,
No,
but
no,
I
no,
didn't
no,
think we
no.
had it even in writing.
We have everything, what we don't have is, financing, closing on financing
We
by
would
June.
close on financing in June.
What was that meeting we had in my office where we were talking to EFC and they said you can apply in June, but, you know, once you have everything.
No, that's
put
the financing
application
that's
financing.
to
That
close
wasn't
on the
the
finance.
grant? 'Cause I
It's
thought we
all-
didn't get
that's
the
the whole,
letter
like,
on
great
grant.
news, is
Yeah,
that
that's,
we,
we've had this in
they
place, and that's
told
why
us-
we were, because we were talking about doing a whole townwide taxing district for this,
Yeah.
to spread the costs out over the town. We didn't have to do that because we got all this grant funding.
so
All right,
they,
well, my mistake then, because I thought you said that we hadn't actually gotten a letter that was
Yes, we are-
official in
correct.
writing that we
But that's why
we are
if you.
getting the grant
Right,
money.
but that's, if you recall, that's why we did call them in your office, and they confirmed that we are getting it, and then they sent us that link. I don't have it
it's
printed
the
out.
intended
It was
use
on the
plan,
intended use
Intended
plan,
use
we're
plan.
identified.
where it shows us as
a
approved for
grantee.
funding.
Right, and they
So
said
this
you
is,
can
that's
rely on
really
this
the
until you
document.
get our
I mean,
letter.
that was it, the award. They will follow up with the additional paperwork, but that just, it just hasn't left their office, and I think it's more of a PR thing, other than anything
Right.
else, because I think the governor probably wants to come down and
Cut a
present.
ribbon?
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
thought they said the
As she should.
application is due in
That's the
June.
financing application,
That-
meaning,
yeah.
not a grant application, meaning like
Yeah,
what
the
Glenn and
finance,
like
the
the
paperwork.
actual,
The
like,
paperwork.
All right,
0%
that's
for
what
30
you're saying.
years.
Right, before
That is-
June, we would need
If
to have
that's-
our bond
that's just
resolutions
not
in
what I heard.
place. Yeah, we would have to have our bond resolutions in place, and there's basically like a closing. We have a closing with EFC, and that's what takes place at that point. And we, you know, have a letter of credit in place, and, I mean, we're gonna need our bond counsel to really kind of lead us through it. I mean,
The best news in all of this is that this is being like almost 100% funded. Like, this is unheard of. This is like really great.
Yeah, it is
So,
really great.
I just want to point out that we have really tried to make it so that we didn't use town.
You succeeded. You've
Yeah.
acquired $27 million in grants from
Yes.
federal, county, and state, so thank you.
And I'd also like to
Doing
thank
that.
Teresa Mason for her work on it as well.
100%. She's in the audience over here, kind of whispering in my ear, and I'm sorry that she's back there and not over here.
It's a good
But
team, it's a good
it's a
team.
good
work.
team
And I said
effort.
27 million minus our water quality grant, so I
Right,
kind of.
and so the idea here is that we can go at the public hearing, give you a little more, we did a presentation, but of course you weren't on the board yet.
Yeah,
Well,
So
that's
we
the
can
problem,
certainly
so
You
do
don't
that
take-
again.
So-
Yes.
And,
Don't take it
um,
as a criticism,
Yeah.
it's that
No.
we weren't here, and we wanna make sure we have a full understanding of all the financing before we
Yeah.
go ahead with it, because it's $5 million. So you have to be patient with the questions, and
Oh, it's
As long as
100%.
the-
I'm just trying to say
So when you're
that
gonna do it at
it's-
the public
it's-
hearing, give the whole thing, you're gonna give on the screen too? Have a screen show?
if you would like that.
Yeah, because
would
that
be-
way the
Screen.
A PowerPoint.
Yeah,
PowerPoint,
we can do that, and,
you don't,
No,
oh, at a public hearing?
no, because we have Zoom on.
Oh, that's true.
Public hearing, so just listening.
Yeah, we have, because we have
yeah,
Zoom
because
on.
some people ask about that.
Yeah,
Well,
so.
the
It's
public
hard to
hearing
see
Watch
on
the, they should watch the work session.
Kathleen, you usually describe what is going on for the map
Mm-hmm.
and plan at a public hearing, right, before?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Give a
was, that's what I was,
presentation.
that's
I mean,
what I
I
was
do,
saying.
but
Just the nuts
to be
and
honest,
bolts.
it's
Yeah.
not that
It's the
different from
nuts
what
and
you've heard
bolts.
here today.
Right.
So
Yeah.
if there's more, I'm happy to take your feedback and provide.
No, I just think at the
more
public hearing, I think that would be
information.
great if we can kind of just give a brief overview of what we discussed here.
Sure.
You know, because I'm sure there will be some people from the public who will want to hear a little bit about it, and
Absolutely.
I
Be
think
very
it's just
curious.
yeah, and just in terms of transparency and openness with the folks that come and want to learn more about it, I think it's just a good show.
Yep.
That's right off of the EFC
Great.
webpage.
Perfect.
Len, wasn't there something that they said we had to back out the Schumer money?
Yes.
Yes.
So that was.
That's why we had to make some adjustments to the finance, that's why the report is not final as of right now.
Exactly.
Yeah,
We
that's
had to
just-
make some adjustments at the last minute to do some reallocations of CPF money, and
You see?
then we're fine.
EFC said that the 5
This was
million from
today's.
Schumer could not be included,
So
so
you-
we had to back that out because you couldn't have,
All
we
right.
doubled the bid, so to speak.
But fine.
So
To
is that
federal funding.
reflected in the resolution?
Yes,
Yes, those are the updated numbers.
And that's already part of
In
your
the end, the
packet.
biggest thing is that it's almost all public grant money except the operation and maintenance costs, which would be $1 million subsidy from your budget somehow. That is the only outstanding thing, and then the cost to the average homeowner at $225.
Janice, can you, or somebody can give them an idea of the timeline before now and when we actually flush the first toilet?
Before we
Like,
do
when-
that,
when is that?
I can,
Are you sure
I
you
can
wanna
sorry.
do that?
timeline. Go ahead.
before we do the timeline, can I just ask? So the 5 million we're not getting? Is that did I
We're
hear that
getting
correct?
it.
We're getting it. Okay.
we're getting it,
Got
it could not be included in EFC's match.
Got it.
So we,
But
They
it's
want you
being-
to take it off the
supervisor's
top.
aware
Okay.
of different
The
numbers.
EFC
Got it.
money is not like just a fixed number, it's 50% of the net costs.
Right.
So you have to do calculations, and they didn't want us to include not taking that federal money out.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
I
you have
thought
to, like,
said that
subtract it.
day That we were gonna have to bond some money because.
We may have, but then we looked at our CPF allocations, and we have currently enough allocation there to make up that shortfall, using local CPF money.
We're
Which
still
we
getting
already-
it, we
which
just
you
can't
already
put it
did.
in the.
The EFC
We're
doesn't
getting it, we
care
just
like
can't
what
use
you
the
use it for,
calculation.
they just wanna take it off the top and say, we give you the grant after you deduct what you've already got, so you can't double dip, right? So it's just simple as that,
So
just
they
like we
gave
do with
7
our IA systems, we say, well, what are you getting, and then we say, okay, we'll fund the balance, the bottom line.
We've allocated approximately 10 million from our community preservation.
But I thought
fund.
they only gave the 7.5 million.
No, they give more.
They gave more.
I
Earlier.
looked and,
Yeah.
we, just this year, in 2023, they allocated $6 million. In 2022, it was $2.5 million. And in 2021, there's additional, the $2 million that it's mentioned in the resolution. So there's over $10 million allocated already
From
from
CPF.
CPF water.
But some of that is to pay, like,
Yeah.
obviously the engineering costs, 2 million is set aside as a match, because we also, the last grant we're waiting on is state water quality grant
And
money.
in
And that was the
2021,
match for that, so that was a set-aside match money. If we don't get it, then we can use it for something different, but we may still actually get some more. We're just waiting on that final grant.
so in 2021, we thought it was important for this district to be in place and to mitigate nitrogen into the Peconic Bays, and for environmental justice reasons. That's why we allocated the $2 million in '21 early to jumpstart this process and made it one of our priorities and our funding priorities moving forward. And so we did put local monies, and I think that you all did a fine job in scaling that money up and acquiring other grants.
If you didn't do
with the
that, we
local-
would have never had that leverage to use it. And I
This
also
wouldn't
would
have
note,
happened,
one of the,
right.
some of that 2 million, the other 2 million is for the acquisition of the 5 towns. It still has not closed.
I also want to mention that a lot of this stuff, timing is really critical. The ARPA money has to be spent relatively quickly, the state money has to be in place relatively quickly. not so much the federal allocation, that I think can last, but some of the other money, really, the timing, and it's not like we're trying to rush this through, but we don't want to give away all this free money. So we're trying to move it as prudently as possible, but at the same time, trying to get it going, because the clock is ticking, and all of these things, 30-day waiting period, another 60 days, there's always this waiting, and before you know it, you're running out of time to get this thing in a shovel-ready capacity. And that's why it may seem that we're trying to push this along, but it's only because of the funding parameters that's really driving it, not us trying to do anything
Right,
else.
better to have these funding grants versus put it on the taxpayers of the town, so we're trying to make sure we get
For
the
the
grant.
longest time, there was no sewer money available, like,
Right.
20 years go by, since Southwest Sewer District, it dried up completely. I've been there was no money around, no federal money, nothing. So we are blessed with having all of a sudden this infrastructure money that we can avail ourselves to, and it's the right thing to do. I mean, that's just where we are.
Yeah.
What, just really quick, how long is this process? High level?
High level?
Yeah.
You're probably in a 3 to 4 year process before you make your first connection from the point of district formation.
Okay.
So it's not even that quick,
No, I
even
know,
though
but-
that's quick, so.
You-
We
Well,
want
I
to be
feel a
sure
lot
that.
more comfortable now after having this meeting and these conversations, because it is a big project that you've done a lot before we got here, and so we needed to make sure we understood it all, and I feel comfortable with it, and hopefully everybody else does. My only last question is the 35 million, does that cover all the engineering, design, report, and costs, and the construction, or is this just construction costs?
It's inclusive.
It's
of
inclusive, so
design.
if you see paragraph number 6, the construction costs as well as design, permitting, and consultation costs shall be financed through various funding sources. That comes to the 34 million. The 1 million for O&M, you cannot bond that, so that's why that's separate. And that's proposed to be subsidized through the general fund, and then the usage fees for the homeowners at the 225.
We'll need, Maria, we'll need to schedule a meeting with Fred, with Janice, and we'll go through some allocation of this CPF, environmental quality money for the O&M. So we'll have to do that, we'll schedule it with Jackie soon.
And until then, the burden, I guess, on the town is only $1 million versus
And that's to
35.
run the plant and for maintenance.
Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, we would, at some point, once it's operational, we'll put out an RFP for private vendors to give us proposals on what they would charge to be on call and fix whatever comes up and whatever.
And then as it's up and running, it's paid for by itself, right?
Yeah.
That's just to get it kind of going.
So,
That's also kind of why it's important to have some of that new development in the mix in phase 1, because you want to be able to have those fees from new
so
development as
the
well.
fees would go, who would send out the bills for the fees? The district itself?
Yeah, you'd have to set up like a
District.
water
Well,
district
once
type of
well,
thing.
yeah, once it's set up,
Whoever's gonna do it.
what towns do is they charge a hookup fee, right? And that's variable, it could be whatever. And then there's classes of hookups. A restaurant might pay one, rate, or high user if you have a brewery or something like that, that, impacts.
So we would have to hire someone
Somebody has to-
more help in here to,
You probably at some point are gonna designate, there'll be a
Yeah.
sewer system division or something like
yes,
that here.
that's what I was getting at.
Yeah, when it starts to get ready, it'll be a subset of some department, wherever.
Well, it don't have to be like the department, just like everything makes water this.
It could be part of, engineering, where because they have the landfill, it could be part of
I'm
that.
sure Tom wants more.
Or you do
There's a lot of
a,
guys, guys.
It's a side you can do.
Poor guy. He's probably listening, quitting right now. Sewers, I'm out.
So this would be our first sewer district in unincorporated Southampton town.
correct.
And so those are fair questions.
Yeah.
And we are looking to install others.
Yes.
We have a commitment
nother
to mitigate nitrogen.
Hampton Bays is right on the heels of this.
right? We have a commitment to mitigate nitrogen in Hampton Bays, and, other areas I know are talking about this. So, I think this is a good model that we work off of.
We
Thank you.
went back with you with Hampton Bays within 6 months with a similar plan.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about.
And we've dedicated monies to
Well, then-
research
then we
different
start to
siting
do that,
areas.
and Now we have to work on that cycle, right?
Right.
Probably get the same grants
We gotta
again.
put together applications for that, and yeah, it's
That's a whole nother,
another whole process.
yep,
Community input, we know.
yep.
Yes, transparent.
And we have been on this, in my opinion. We've been very transparent. And the community, again, like I said,
Supportive.
they've been
Yeah.
screaming for this.
Yeah,
Right,
I
but-
mentioned that at the outset.
Yeah,
Before
and
this.
of course, we're happy to do any additional design work surrounding, like, what's the outcome? What's it gonna look like? How's it gonna feel? And make sure everybody's comfortable. I think that's very important and a good idea.
What did you call the book? What is that called?
This, the
No,
wrap?
No, with respect to the pattern book
Oh,
with
the-
respect to Hampton Bays.
yeah, pattern
So
book.
is that what we would do here, sort of?
You,
or-
actually, you could do that.
I think
if
that's a
you
great
wanted
idea,
to.
yeah.
That's a good idea. So we can look into that. And we
Okay.
have some time, because you have at least a year of engineering work that has to
Right.
happen.
Correct.
So, like, 100% engineering, we have the engineering report, but then there's still, like, literally surveying and getting the elevations and topos and stuff like that. That has to still take place, and that's that RFQ that's out right now.
Right.
So that we'll be hiring that next phase. So you have some time in addition to them while they're doing all how the pipe and infrastructure will be placed.
Excellent.
And
we'll
it's
have some time.
entirely appropriate that we do that. I know we
That's great.
discussed this.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you,
Wait, so are we?
next week.
Are we scheduling the map and
It's on the
plan?
agenda. It's
Yeah, so that will be February 13th, but on Tuesday, Nelson and Pope will be back to do the secret part of this, to give you, I think, what you were hoping for today.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
a little more.
I
Can
was
we,
gonna say-
Janice, can we do the agenda review if they're gonna be online? Can we go do them?
I'd be happy to go over technical
Is that
details
what
with you
you're
at
trying
any
to get
time.
Rambo
So,
on?
from a design
Can we do the agenda
criterion
review first?
standpoint and environmental benefit versus
I
cost
have them on
impact,
the
that
Zoom.
Can we do
That
them after the agenda
is
review?
done
They've been
in
waiting
the
for
CWSRF
I told
for
them they would be
you.
on at 11, and now
It's a
it's
very
12.
big document.
Alright.
So I want to warn you, it's,
It's a lot for
300
one day.
pages if I remember correctly, and it was included as part of the RFQ. But
So now
I have
Sunday
working
has to
knowledge
have
of it
it
because
too,
I
so.
prepared that report, so we can sit down anytime.
Okay,
Okay?
all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
thank you. For Tuesday, so I'm just trying to, we did an initial kind of overview of the plant and the location of the district. Map and plan questions with respect to costs and, formation, district formation would
That's
be
February, yeah.
the next one.
Right.
Is that, I just want to make sure everybody's on board with.
We can remind everybody if it comes up.
We're not gonna be talking about.
Yeah,
the
no,
rest,
no.
right, because I won't be here.
We'll remind them
Yeah,
that if
I
it
got
comes
you.
up.
Yeah, that's just mostly about the
Yep.
secra and the placement and the injection well versus the leaching pool and the effluent and all that.
And if
This
you
is
have
for the
any
next
questions
thing.
about the secra, you can just give me a holler.
Thank you again, Janice.
Thank you.
I was just talking about this note, that's what.
No, not at all.
I wrote, they're gonna send a letter to announce our eligibility.
We are still we're still waiting on that, but when we called them and said, can we publish the map plan report? They said, you can rely on the fact that you're listed on that IUP.
That's,
your guy.
that's
Yeah.
an assurance, okay.
Yeah. So, the next item. Can I sit here? You don't want to sit here? You can, oh, no, thank you.
I apologize.
You can come up and sit
My
here.
stomach is making sound.
I'm not hearing.
Mine too.
I know, no, for a while.
Sorry, we'll try to make the next
That's you down
presentation
there.
a little quicker and mindful of your time. This is another whole leftover thing from the previous administration, but it is a great project. And that is that we have Ramble, who did our climate action plan, but they're not our consultant, they're the consultant to NYSERDA. But the town entered into a contractual agreement with NYSERDA to allow NYSERDA to do, yes, it is, to allow them to do a planning study with us together on this peaker plant that's on 280 David White's Lane. This peaker plant is going to be decommissioned within probably 5 years' time. And so this program called Just Transition, which they will discuss, is to look at, it's a planning study about adaptive reuse of this property. So I'd like to introduce to you the team from Ramble. Emery, do you want to introduce everyone on your end? This is Emery Lee.
Yeah, hi, thanks Janet, and hello everyone. It's good to see some of you again, and then some new faces on the town board. We're going to share our screen here. Can you all see this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. So we'll walk you through the step, but first off, my name's Emery Lee. I'm with Ramble. As Janice mentioned, we're working with the town and with NYSERDA on the Just Transition program. My background is in city and regional planning and climate adaptation and resilience, as well as sustainability planning. And I'm joined here by my colleagues Shelby Smith and Simon Cape. And I can let each of them give a short intro about their backgrounds as well. And then we'll dive into the deck where I can explain a bit more again about the NYSERDA Just Transition program and the work that we want to with the town of Southampton. So, Shelby, you want to introduce yourself?
Great, yeah, nice to meet you all, or nice to meet some folks again. My name is Shelby Smith, Senior Resiliency Planner here at Ramble, working out of the New York City office. Similar background as Emery, so planner specializing in resilient design, sustainability, integrated site solutions as well.
And hi everyone, I'm Simon Cates. I'm an urban planner working primarily on climate adaptation and resilience projects, and I've been working in New York State on community planning, economic development, and resilience work for about 15 years.
Great. Makes sense. And then we have an image here of Gabriella McHugh, who is the NYSERDA project manager for this program. I believe Gabby is also supporting another Just Transition program or project that's happening in the town of East Hampton as well. So Gabby is familiar with Suffolk County, she's also based in Suffolk County. And yeah, we can talk a little bit about the NYSERDA Just Transition program. Unfortunately, Gabby wasn't able to join today, but she will be, an active participant as we advance the work. So let's talk a little bit about.
Excuse me?
Oh, yes. Can you hear us okay?
No.
No.
We can, I think
I
it just can, Kevin, increase the volume on our end. It's not
Yeah,
necessarily.
thank you.
Oh, sure. And if you'd like me to repeat anything, maybe that didn't come through there, just please feel free to ask. I'm happy to.
Hey Janice, who owns this property right now?
Nice, National Grid.
National Grid.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the Just Transition program, by and large, is, again, as we mentioned, a program run by NYSERDA. So it's the state's planning initiative to assist communities with transitioning away from reliance on fossil fuels as part of the CLCPA, the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. And specifically, the program objectives are to provide funds to communities, so municipalities throughout New York State, to perform planning studies. And those planning studies ideally would help inform future decision-making regarding fossil fuel generating facilities located within the jurisdictions of municipalities, again, across the state. And then, the planning component of it is an important one, and it's, also to help mitigate potential negative impacts of future facility closures, or whether that's on workforce development or on, whether there are fiscal impacts, to the sort of tax base of a municipality. And, I think the goal is to also just try to capitalize on the synergies between, the transition to a more clean energy driven economy and, create engines of economic development in the process. So that's sort of I would say in broad strokes, the programmatic goals. And if you want to hop to the next slide, Shelby, I can talk a little bit about how that sort of dovetails with, I think there's maybe more.
Oh, the double, yeah, there we go.
The goals of the Just Transition Program align well with the town of Southampton's climate commitments and sort of actions to date. And just a note is that the towns can elect to participate in this program. It's completely voluntary, and there's no requirement from NYSERDA to close any facilities or decommission facilities. It's mainly just a planning study. So, you know, it's a way for a town to envision what, you know, potential uses of sites might be in the you know, near or distant future, if they are no longer operating as fossil fuel generation facilities. So, you know, I think you all are probably, you know, pretty familiar with the town of Southampton's record when it comes to climate actions and clean energy. The town's actually done quite a bit over the last decade, and you know, prior to. The town's a leader in the NYSERDA Clean Energy Community Program through, you know, adopting the STREP code and, you know, high impact actions like converting street lights to LED. I mean, participating in the US DOE Better Climate Challenge, in 2013, adopting the Southampton 400 sustainability element to the comprehensive plan, and adopting a climate action plan to guide the town on its journey toward achieving carbon neutrality and reducing greenhouse gas emissions generally. Then the town's also a member of the New York State Climate Smart Communities Program. So just quite a legacy to build on here, and a very clear commitment in the eyes of the state to becoming a cleaner, greener municipality. So with that, I will hand it to Shelby, who can kind of walk you through just the overview of the project and you know, by and large, what the scope essentially entails.
Great, yeah, thanks, Emery. So with all those climate commitments in mind, the town of Southampton, really in partnership with NYSERDA and Ramble, will perform this just transition site reuse planning study with the aim of assessing, as Emery noted, kind of potential future reuses for the site, if and when the site is decommissioned. So the scope here includes existing conditions analysis, including a phase 1 ESA. So we'll be kind of taking a close look at the site, determining if there's any environmental impacts that we should be aware of that might, you know, inform what these future reuses might be. We'll have a community outreach and engagement, which Simon will speak to in a bit more detail in a couple slides, as well as a alternative reuse and economic analysis to kind of evaluate potential, again, these potential reuses and what those fiscal and financial impacts could be, in addition to looking at the kind of possible economic impacts of decommissioning kind of at large. And then ultimately the deliverable of this effort will be a site reuse plan, which will include sort of recommended actions and proposed timeline for between 3 and 4 possible reuse scenarios. So we won't be, you know, settling on one option. We'll be kind of keeping a few different, you know, high value scenarios in play here. So a bit about the site we're actually evaluating. As noted, it is located at 280 David White Lane, and it's a National Grid generation facility, located kind of right on the north side of the LIR track that bisects the town of Southampton and the village. The plant is currently operational, and it's what we call a peaker plant, which means it supplies power based off electric demand, such that it primarily operates around 200 hours a year during hot summer days to meet that elevated cooling demand. So it's not running year round. It's kind of used just to meet this high demand point. And the parcel itself is a little less than 9 acres, 8.6, zoned for light industrial. And I just want to note, throughout our kind of alternative reuse analysis, we'll really primarily be focusing on reuse options that are in line with the current zoning, so with that light industrial zoning option.
Can they maybe sit closer to their microphones?
Shelby, can you just sit a little closer to the mic, just because there's some others on Zoom saying they have a
Oh,
hard
yeah,
time
sure.
hearing? Thank you.
Sure, no problem. Should I repeat anything?
No, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I'll kind of shout over here too. So just looking at the project timeline here, this is a 12-month project. You know, we're kind of towards the end of January, so on month 5 here. As you can see, really our primary focus up until this point has been kind of the existing conditions analysis. We're just kind of wrapping up the phase 1 ESA now. And that's all really to lay the groundwork for what's to come in the following months. So kind of turning our focus to the stakeholder engagement piece. We have been conducting some interviews with town staff and forming a steering committee really to act as the basis for kind of a strong community engagement with potentially 2 public workshops in the spring and summer. And we'll, beginning in February, start our alternative reuse and economic analysis. So based off sort of the findings of the site and conversations and kind of what we're hearing from the community, start working towards those 3 to 4 reuse options. And then we'll be looking to finalize the project in August of this year, which, as I noted, will conclude with a site reuse planning study report with those site reuse options, recommended timeline, and kind of all the findings from our prior steps.
When this plant goes away, what will the community want?
So with that,
Nicer.
unless there's a question,
You have
we
a
can pause
contract
for a
with
minute.
NYSERDA. You voted on a contract.
Yeah.
with NYSERDA.
Okay. So with that, I'll hand it
I'll
off to
send you the
Simon to,
contract.
a little more detail about the stakeholder engagement
What
plan.
does the contract include?
Excuse
on
me,
a
one
second.
moment, I just
We've
wanna
got
just
some-
like
I'd
go
like to
back
hear
to
it
a second
too.
here.
Can't
There,
hear.
just
You can't
rewind
hear
from
her
the
either?
I
beginning.
can't hear this conversation. I'm good with that.
They're just asking like, how is this happening? And I don't have the resolution in front of me, but the town board, previous town board, Cindy, Tom, John, you may remember this, you engaged in a contract with NYSERDA to say we would participate. NYSERDA pays Ramble. They are their consultant. We work together with them. We've identified, and I was gonna get to this part, some people we believe should be on a steering committee. It's up to you if you want other people, additional people, and also to identify how you want that public engagement to go and ensure that it goes the way that you want. So I just wanna, so there is a contract between the town and NYSERDA. That is
So
why
if
they're
this is
working on it.
decommissioned, this will most likely become, they'll sell this property.
Right, they want us, so they're gonna talk about this, but the idea is a planning study, like any comp plan study, shows like, what do you wanna see here? What do the people around it wanna see here? What do we want to happen here? Do we want,
It's LI
more-
40, right?
Yeah, do we want an LI 40 subdivision? We've heard in the paper and talk of the village wanting it for sewage treatment. We've heard, NYSERDA saying, well, maybe we'll keep some of it and put solar on it. Like, so the question is like, they'll come up to 3 to 4 scenarios under LI 40 as a basis for when it does get decommissioned. We'll have some
And-
sense
and
of
this
like
is
what's
gonna-
gonna happen.
this is gonna
Nobody's
include a-
committing to anything here. It's
Nope.
just that you are having basically a free planning study being done.
Right, with a phase 1 seeker that's being done. that-
Environmental site testing is being done too, to make sure.
Which
there's no
in my mind
contamination.
indicates test borings.
Yep, and they'll get
Okay,
into that.
right.
I mean,
So,
Okay.
because we're in, as you know, we're in desperate need of LI 40
Right.
east of the canal, and our tradespeople are trying to figure out ways to put LI 40 in highway business, and we're telling them no, so this is like a no-brainer to me.
Well, and then you could say, well, one of our scenarios, and maybe the high level first one is LI 40
LI40.
subdivision.
Leave it the way it is.
Leave
Yeah.
it and let it be LI 40. Another option is, as you've heard, which we know that the adjacent property owners don't want, is
STP.
STP. So that's a second option. What's a third option and a fourth option? They'll do up to 4 different scenarios, and then that's basically their task, and
Okay.
that's it.
Good.
So, sorry, Shelby, just wanted to, there was like a lot of questioning under what you were saying, and we weren't able to focus on it. So, Yeah.
And the village
No
found
worries
an
at all. And
STP
one
site.
thing I wanted to just clarify for the phase one,
Good.
it's
So it
just an
shouldn't be-
environmental site assessment, and it actually won't, that doesn't entail any borings or testing or anything like
Okay,
that.
thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, just wanted to let you guys know so you can know exactly what's happening.
That will have to happen at some point, but not with
Right,
this.
and
All right.
National Grid, who owns the property, is in partnership with us. They know this is happening, they met them on the site, they're part of this whole process. They are at the table, so we're not doing this and then pushing something onto them. They're part of this partner, they're a partner in this process.
They're paying for it.
NYSERDA is paying
NYSERDA,
for it.
right.
National Grid
is not,
owns
I'm
the
sorry.
property. They're the peaker plant operator.
Exactly, that's correct, Janice, and so, speaking of partnership and just, bringing people to the table, maybe this is a good point for you to Simon, jump in and talk about just the approach to stakeholder outreach and engagement, because, this is very important to NYSERDA, and we know it's important to the town as well. So wanted to just, talk through a few slides on that.
Yeah, and Janice, thank you for that, that background. It's so important, and some of the comments that we just heard here, and obviously as we'll hear throughout the process, are critical for us to make sure that this is a planning study that is gonna be useful to the town, that reflects the town board's priorities, and also reflects community priorities. And to that end, we see an outline here of some of the community engagement, strategies and events that we have planned. These are in our contract with NYSERDA, so these are gonna happen. Public workshops, that we saw on the timeline, the steering committee, Janice just talked about. We've talked a bit about stakeholder interviews, town staff, with the village. They're right across the property boundary to the south. National Grid, so important, right? They're the property owner, so we need to know what their plans are so that the outcome of this reflects that reality. Not that it's gonna be, change hands tomorrow, but that we've got a reasonable timeline in terms of what their plans are for their property. There's also gonna be a community survey coming up and a webpage for people to keep an eye on what we're working on. And the key emphasis here for us is first of all, we're so appreciative to be meeting with you today to hear your initial thoughts on this. Hopefully this isn't the last time that we're able to meet with you and get your input, because ultimately the board is the one who's gonna be in control of this on the town side. But also, Shelby talked about the outcome being three to four scenarios. Janice just talked about some of the things that are, the sort of concepts that might be out there in the air. We don't bring to this any pre-baked notion of what the site should be. We've got to hear from you, from other stakeholders, from the members of the community, to understand what those priorities are, and hopefully as part of that process, bring forward some ideas that so that you can also hear what the community is saying about this. And provide that background and information for you all as well. So the engagement piece of this is super important for us to make sure that we're on the right track and we're providing a feasibility or planning study for you that's going to be that's going to reflect the right priorities.
Are we,
Could we just,
Hang on
we have
one
a
second, just have a couple
question.
questions. Go
Oh,
ahead.
please, yeah.
We're gonna, are you saying we're asking the community what they want us to do, if they want us to change a zone here for this particular parcel?
No, it's
What is
just a
it?
reuse study, so you have 3 high-level options, so you can say, there's a couple of, when a peaker power plant decommissions, NYSERDA has a whole process, and the PSC has a whole process around it, and that's this. It's called just transition. So the peaker plant can move to a renewable energy type of scenario if they want.
Like batteries?
Well, I don't know, like solar
You don't
more
want
likely,
batteries.
but maybe, yeah. But I'm not, we obviously have a moratorium and we're not, getting into that.
No.
But a renewable energy option is certainly something that National Grid might want to do in lieu of this peaker plant. They could do that in LI 40 today, under that zoning. Whether or not you want them to is the question. So it's sort of like,
Oh,
it's
so
just
they're
a-
not, so we're saying leave it in that zone.
We're not saying it, yeah, they said in the
But
beginning slide,
what's
they're
available?
assuming keeping it LI 40.
Oh, okay. I
And so
missed
you
that.
can chop up LI 40 into little 40,000 square foot lots and make it like Mariner Drive across the way. You could have, subdivide it maybe,
100%.
and let NYSERDA do, I mean, National Grid have, solar or some other renewable something, and then maybe use the other piece for some other LI
How
purpose.
many acres is this?
It's almost 9 acres. So they're saying they're not coming in here with a preconceived, pre-baked notion.
Right.
But we know those are two obvious things, because we've talked about them, so that's why I'm mentioning them.
Uh-huh.
But the idea is that you'll get 3 to 4 scenarios, so it's basically, this whole process is for the community to know the fate of a very large piece of property that is no longer going to be for a fossil fuel peaker plant.
And
And
this
the-
is, they always do this kind of
Yes,
thing when they
this is a
decommission.
process, yeah, yep, and so we're engaged in this process that we don't even have, we're not paying for it, but we're working in partnership with them because it's a planning study in our
So we can have
town.
some input on it.
Of course you have input on it, you have all the input in the world, so, and the
And the
people
village of
around it have
Southampton.
input, and the whole idea is, this process is set up, because sometimes in other communities, let's say upstate or somewhere, that's the source of income, that's people's jobs, like, it's like coal mining going away. Like, what happens, how do you transition, what happens? So this process is set up around that
Right.
type of thing, and then,
That's good.
you know,
And the
this
village
is
is
why
gonna-
we're doing this, because here's a fossil fuel plant going away, and they ensure that the community knows how, and that's where they said they do a fiscal analysis. What jobs are lost, what jobs could be gained, how, you know, and that's like
Right.
this transition from like a coal-based fossil fuel world to a renewable world. This is kind of like the planning and process behind it.
And the village of Southampton is going to be involved.
The Village of Southampton
Yep.
is going to be involved. They ask, and I don't know if you want to jump to like who they asked that Paul Travis be part of it, like then from their behalf. Well, you can ask them to appoint someone specifically. We have a couple of people in mind that we've had, reached out to, namely.
In terms of what? Reach
Like
out
a
to-
stakeholder, like you need a steering committee of
Right.
community people. So
Right.
the process has a very specific
So
way about it,
what-
where we get some stakeholders, which is National Grid, the planning department,
What-
the town board, these are our stakeholders. Then we get some community people on a committee,
Right.
which we would like people in our renewable, like I'm in green committee world,
Sure.
also like builders, people involved. And then we steer this toward, your 3 scenarios out of 4 that you're gonna get. And in
So
the
what
end,
kind of
it's a
community
study.
outreach has been done already? Or if?
We
not-
haven't,
not
this is a
yet?
kickoff, basically.
Okay.
We can't start this, they've done some site assessments that they said in that little, time chart, Gantt chart. It was sort of like
So
most of it
but is National Grid selling this to a private
Maybe.
developer or builder or?
National Grid is interested in either subdividing it and keeping half, or maybe if we showed them a large, they're open, let's put it that way.
How many smaller parcels could we get
Well, that's
out of
what
it?
this whole study will bring out.
Will they
Right.
talk about what their intent to use the other half is for? if they
Yes,
sell that?
absolutely, absolutely. So they're either, but they, and the village, and to be fully transparent, we've seen it in the paper, we know they're looking for a site for sewage treatment plants.
I
The
thought they
village
found
is
I thought they
interested.
I thought
located
they
one.
found one.
This is one of the candidates. And another one is near the hospital. So there's 2. Sorry, so any other questions about that? Okay,
Thank you.
sorry about that.
No, it's really, again, it's really great, discussion from here, so thank you for,
Sure.
thank you for that. So one more year, we're, as Jenna said, we're, even though we've done some of the existing conditions and some of that background analysis, we're still very early on in the process. And these are just some of the questions that we have as we get into the thick of the analysis. Principally, what are the appropriate uses of the site? We've talked about a couple of them here today, but again, these are gonna come out of the process and end up being the bulk of the report that we finalize. The impacts of closure, impacts on energy, impacts on jobs, fiscal impact, and so on, are important for us to understand as a group. community concerns and priorities. That's why we have the robust community outreach program plan. It constraints and opportunities related to people site alternatives. You know, there was a question about soil borings, right? So, you know, we're not doing that as part of our scope of work, but the potential for contamination on the site is an important thing to understand for reuse of alternatives. So those are all some of the background questions that we have. We're happy to take your say and have a speak about these with you. We know you have other items in your agenda, but this is just the background for us about what we're thinking of. And one last thing before I turn it to Emily to wrap up is I want to reinforce something that Janet just said. We are being paid by NYSERDA, but this is for the towns. This isn't for NYSERDA. It's obviously not for us. We're just a consultant here. So really take that to heart. This is for you as the town board. That's why we're meeting with you today. That's why we want to stay in touch with you throughout the process. We meet with Janice regularly. So I think it's an important framing for all of you guys to understand that this is not for somebody else and you're a stakeholder. This is yours.
Yeah, we applied for a grant and got it, and we were awarded the grant. So just so you know, we applied. We, the town, asked for it and got it. And that's how we are here. So it's not like they're...
Another grant, thank you.
What was the grant for?
It was for this Just Transition program. It was a grant opportunity that we applied for in the previous administration to do this, because we knew this plant was closing down.
Oh, I thought NYSERDA was paying for this.
They are. They are the grantee. We are the grantee. They are the grantor. And they're granting us planning services of Rambo. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, just lastly, next step, just wanted to run through those quickly with you all. And then again, as Simon kind of mentioned, we'd love to hear any, questions you have or responses to those driving questions that we just showed. Definitely curious about your initial thoughts. But yeah, completing existing conditions analysis, which we've sort of already mentioned, and the phase 1 ESA for the site. Completing stakeholder interviews. We've, as we discussed, kind of discussed the list of stakeholders, but would love your input as well.
Thank you.
If there are other, ideas you have about, key folks who should be part of the steering committee or participate in stakeholder interviews, we would love that input and feedback. Publishing the project webpage, the information will live on the town's website. So we have information about the project ready to go, but wanting to meet with you all to orient the town board to this work, and also just again get an initial sort of response from you all and initial ideas that we can then fold into what we're doing now, and when we're ready to put that webpage live, would be reflective of everyone's best and current thinking. And then, subsequent to today, we'll be beginning work to coordinate the first public workshop and release the community survey in the coming month. So that's sort of what we're looking at next. Just to echo what Simon said, we're so grateful for your time today, the opportunity to meet with you all as we begin the work. And thank you so much. And please, if you have any initial thoughts, responses, gut reactions, we're very open to hearing it. So thank you.
When do you need the recommendations for the stakeholder or steering committee?
We have identified some people, and I can name them off to you now, and you can think about others.
How many would be?
Why
on
don't
the
you
committee?
just submit them rather than saying them publicly in case they want to change it
That's
anyway?
fine. That sounds good.
How-
I'll
what-
send them
yeah,
to
what-
you.
what constitutes a committee? How many?
It could be up to, I think, seven people outside of like staff.
Mhm.
So we think some, obviously that doesn't include the stakeholders of the community that's directly south would be they could either participate on the committee, or they could be a separate group that we meet with.
One of the neighbors.
That's what I mean, the neighbors.
Yeah.
The neighbors, but there's some people that, I would recommend that live in this vicinity. that would be, willing. There's also,
Okay.
people that we want to ask may not have the time or capacity to participate. So we want to be sure that those that we ask are willing and able to join us. And then when we have that all settled, we'll move forward with, sort of this stakeholder engagement workshop.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Emery, that would be the next step here after the website is the workshop. Can you go back to that little, the one slide of the time frame, if you would?
Yes, we'll bring that back up.
Just quickly.
Right, yes, so, yes, I guess, next big sort of stakeholder event is the first public workshop, and in parallel, with planning for that, we'll also be, planning to issue a community survey, which I believe, we can also do and probably post on the project webpage. That's gonna live on the town's website as well, so, we'll be devising a list of questions, circulating those with the stakeholders, steering committee, and you as well, Janice. But yes, that would be something that would be completely accessible, digitally, folks could access, issue their responses to. And then we're targeting right now, March 2024 for the first public workshop. That's sort of where we are right now at the moment.
Great. So that'll be the next step. We'll circulate some committee member recommendations, get your feedback on that, and
Get on the calendar for March.
yeah,
Okay,
great.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for
Thank you so much, all. Thank you.
have a good one.
Thank you.
See soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for your time. Sorry that took a little while.
That's okay.
Important stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Any other
No,
questions?
no.
It's good for the community.
I might have a question for you on the agenda.
Sure. I'll come, is it later or soon?
No, I think we're doing it right now.
Okay, I'll just be right back and then you
All
can
right,
take.
unless everybody wants to take a little break for.
Oh, I mean, I think Sundays has somewhere
Oh,
else she needs
Sundays,
to be.
right, okay. Gotta let her know we're coming up, she needs to come up, or does she know that?
She
I
knows.
think,
Janice, you called Sunday, right?
Yes, Sunday and Dorothy are both ready.
God. Grumbling.
The Zoom people were watching us watch this
Yeah.
instead of watching this. Like that was what was shared with Zoom, that's why we couldn't hear it. Doesn't make sense to me.
They got anything in the ground there?
I told somebody to go on to YouTube.
Is anything
They said it was that, but she was on there talking about it.
I asked.
It's the portal office.
I'd like to know the
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah, but they should approve.
It's hard to know what's in the ground.
I know.
Watching us watch them. That's
Were
what
we
it
in
was
the
for
big
me.
screen and not the little screen?
Correct.
No.
Yeah. When-
Oh, Kevin's here, so that's all stuff that we can.
I did know she did
Yeah.
correspond with me about that.
Oh, okay, as long as you're.
History, that's a good idea.
First
He's been there,
resolution.
it's been there a long time.
Yes.
Oh, it is?
Oh, and they walked on, not walked on,
Add
but
on.
added
Yeah.
on, a replacement.
I don't have a copy.
Did everybody get that
Do you guys
replacement?
have a replacement for the electrical?
Oh, I do.
Yes,
Yeah.
you all have copies.
I do.
Yeah, but that's
Of course
not
they
it.
do.
I put it on your desk.
That's
Oh,
not,
well,
it.
this one.
yeah.
This one.
Finally.
A lot of trees here.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I guess the best way is this way you used to do it, just read them off if you're the sponsor, and then if anybody has a question, just chirp in. So, 2 public hearings, okay, we're gonna continue with the community housing fund, and then have the hearing on the Riverside sewer treatment plant. The first resolution to to amend the Department of Land Management, Building and Zoning electrical permit fees is being withdrawn.
So resolution 45329 is authorized to push Hitachi 7-wheel loader from All Iron Equipment.
Okay, and
It's for the highway.
45232 to authorize the purchase of safety shoes from Suffolk County contract with Safeguard Safety Shoe Company.
Four five three three four, authorized push of 2024 Kenworth T480 dump plow spreader trucks from Cabela Truck Sales. It's for the highway.
Okay. 45282, authorize the purchase of, from H.O. Penn Machinery Company, Inc. for generator emergency service repair and parts using Suffolk County contract. 45296, to authorize the purchases from W.B. Mason using Suffolk County and Eastern Suffolk BOCES contracts.
45322, authorized purchase of Ford automotive parts and supplies from Sourcewell contract with Ford Motor Company. 45320, authorized purchase of General Motors, Chevrolet, Chrysler, Dodge, and Ford OEM repairs and parts from EBOSI contract from T&T Baldwin Automotive and DCL Motor Eagle and Eagle Chevrolet of Riverhead. 45289, authorized purchase of groundkeeping repair parts and service accessories from Suffolk County contract with Malvese Equipment. 45284, authorized purchase heavy-duty parts, Sterling Mack, Ford, Kenworth, Peterbilt International from Gabriel Truck Sales in Saucet, New York. Truck sales and trucks used in Suffolk County contracts.
45295, authorized purchases of industrial and commercial equipment and supplies from Choice Distribution, Inc., Fastenal Company, HD Supply Facilities Maintenance Limited, Home Depot USA, Inc., Lawson Products, Inc., and W.W. Granger, Inc., using Suffolk County contracts.
45223, authorized purchase of supply and delivery of auto parts with Advanced Store Company and DBA Advanced Auto Parts, Grade Petroleum, Fleet Pride, Inc., and Morgan Auto Supply and using East Hampton contract.
45325, authorized purchases of water meters and accessory equipment from Core and Main LP using the Town of Riverhead contract. 45309, authorized supervisor to sign 2024 contract with Suffolk County Office for the Aging to receive additional senior citizen nutrition program funding.
Could I be a co-sponsor to that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. 45287, authorized supervisor to sign contract extension for roll-off containers with Monmouth Solutions, Inc.
45340.
That's, I think, Councilman Scavone.
I-
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed
Yeah, we
one.
have to do that one first.
Go ahead, Phil.
Authorized supervisor to sign contract extended with United Metro Energy Corp. for ultra-low diesel fuel.
Town Board Resolution 45374, authorize the purchase of Paraplan desktop system from Passio Technologies to assist the scheduling of bus services provided by Senior Services.
Good.
45300, authorized to purchase gasoline from New York State OGS contract with Spagano Operation and Resource LLC. 45293, authorized purchase of tire, passenger cars, and light, medium, and heavy-duty trucks, off-road equipment from Suffolk County contracts with Barrel House of Tires.
45299, authorize the supervisor to execute 2024 Youth Bureau agreements with Youth Bureau Programming Consultants.
I'll also co-sponsor that.
That's our internal program.
Yeah.
45274, authorize the supervisor to execute a contract with Edward Wolfersdorf to assist with the review of backlogged building permit plans in the Department of Land Management.
Sunday, could you add me to that one?
45332, authorize supervisor to execute an agreement with Fire Protection Service Corporation, DBA Briscoe Protective LLC for burglar temperature alarm monitoring, parts and labor services at 116 Hampton Road, Town Hall Data Processing Center.
45331, authorize the supervisor to execute an agreement with Fire Protection Services Corporation, DBA as Briscoe Protective LLC, for monitoring and maintenance of burglar system alarm at 585 Bridgehampton Sag Harbor Turnpike, Bridgehampton Community Center.
Okay, so 45328 is to authorize the supervisor to execute an amended professional services contract with Savick and Murray for construction administration at the West Hampton Community Center. And I would like to have the opportunity to look into and discuss this further. There's some other resolutions to follow regarding the community center. And I'd just like to give this board the opportunity to talk about
So we should table
the
this.
details. Yes,
So you want us to table?
unless there's any negative implication from doing that, but I think we
I'm fine with it.
should table.
Town Board Resolution 45390, authorize the supervisor to execute any and all documents for the Federal Equitable Sharing Agreement and certification. Town Board Resolution 45353, authorize the supervisor to execute any and all documents related to the agreement with Telview Corporation to continue to provide software support and software maintenance for Southampton Sun 20 TV.
45329, authorize supervisor to renew contract with CPF Appraisal Service.
45317, authorize the supervisor to sign a one-year contract with Hatch for maintenance, parts, and labor for the Hampton-based water district.
Town Board Resolution number 44801, authorize the supervisor to sign an agreement, Municipal Valuation Services, Inc., with FKA Michael Haberman Associates for small claim valuation and processing services.
45352, authorize supervisor to sign an extended contract with L.K. McLean Associated PC for professional service to provide for the Elway Creek Habitat Exchanger Project.
45269. This is the award and authorize the supervisor to execute contract A, general construction for the West Hampton Community Center with Norco Construction, and I would like to table that for further discussion.
And just so we're clear, if there are answers that you can go ahead with some of these as opposed to others, you'll keep them on the agenda on Tuesday, and the ones that you won't, you'll table. Is that fair to
Okay,
say?
so we're not withdrawing them right now, we're
Right.
just.
We're just gonna table them.
We're just trying to get some
You
answers
can,
before
though,
Tuesday.
that's an option in during the
Yeah.
draft review, but
We're not, I think
Just don't
further
know if we're gonna-
information is needed right now.
Not gonna, I'm sure we're
Confuse
not gonna
people.
be able to get answers by Tuesday.
I just want to check with contracts to make sure that
We
there's
did-
any for
we did
past
issue an
services,
RFP.
like some of them might be passed up for payment.
Oh, okay, all right, that's a
Yeah.
good point, thank
That-
you.
Then if we could take them off, it'd be better to, instead of tabling it, because if we put it on there, people's gonna wanna know why we tabled it.
Yeah, so we'll just see if anything has to get paid.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll check, I'll go check.
Okay.
okay.
And we can make that decision, I guess, on Tuesday?
Mark?
Christine, I think they're bringing contract.
They are brand new?
yeah.
Okay,
We
so
just-
they probably can
We
be,
just issued RFPs.
okay, so then they
Right,
can,
they're not.
okay.
So would we,
And
with,
let me just
to be
check.
honest, Jim, Nick is gonna be later on.
With some of
so
them.
he can tell you.
Yeah, okay.
45270, award and authorize the supervisor to execute contract B, HVAC construction for the West Hampton Community Center with Intricate Tech Solutions Limited. I'd like to table that for the same reasons. And 45271, award and authorize the supervisor to execute contract C, electrical and fire alarm construction for the West Hampton Community Center with RMJ Industries Limited. Table, please.
So Sunday, if we want these basically withdrawn before you put out the final agenda, so that they're not on the agenda, when do you need to know by?
Right now.
Well, it holds it up, yeah, but this isn't gonna go out to the public till tomorrow anyway because of the late
So by end of
time that
business
you're
today?
doing this. Excuse
By
me?
end of business today, you would need to know if
I
we're
need to
withdrawing them.
understand that all of,
All of us
whoever
want to
because a
withdraw.
lot of these, there's several different sponsors
Yeah.
on, which is kind of new. It's not just one or two people, or one sponsor giving direction. Now you have 3 or 4 people on this, so I need to.
Well, these are
hear-
all just my sponsorship.
These are? Okay.
Yeah.
So, then you just need to send me an email. I need it in writing.
So we should know after we have this next part of our work session, what we're doing
Yeah.
with
We
this.
Let's do
can
that.
hold for that, absolutely. I mean,
Right.
at this point, it's not going anywhere.
So
And we
we
do
can
have the
either
option on Tuesday to
withdraw.
table it for 2 weeks.
Yes,
Or pass it if we so choose.
Or not have them on the agenda at all.
if we
Right.
know by the end of work
That
session
was the
today.
first part that we discussed.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay. 45272, award and authorize the supervisor to execute contract D, plumbing construction for the West Hampton Community Center with WHM Plumbing and Heating Contractors. So we'll either table or withdraw. And lastly, 45273, award and authorize the supervisor to execute contract E, fire suppression system construction for the West Hampton Community Center with WHM Plumbing and Heating Contractors, Inc. Table or withdraw.
I'm sure Tom and Dorothy, you can actually make it clear on this too. We've already bonded for this. We already borrowed. Yeah, we already bonded this money. It's already set aside for this project.
Yeah, it's been put out to bid, so those are the low bidders that you're looking at.
45354, recall and amend 2023-1445, authorize supervisors to sign contract with L.K. McLean Associate PC Professional Engineer Service for Yacht Club Drive Ramps and bulkhead replacement.
45343, 2024 notice to bidders for annual on-call granular activated carbon.
45310, 2024 notice to proposers for professional services for the design of a constructed wetland in Riverside.
I'd like to be added to that, Sunday.
This was the
I would
one,
like to be
Janice,
added
I just
as
had a
well.
question about. I thought, and this, I'm sure it's
Get that?
Yes.
Okay.
not the way I'm looking at it, but I thought we purchased that property for using, is this the same one for the constructed wetlands? Then we found out we couldn't use that for the sewer treatment plant, but now what is happening?
So what has happened, and I'll just point it out if you don't mind on the map here. This is the sewage treatment, and this is up in here,
Mhm.
where we said, okay, if we put a pipe and we can discharge the effluent, that was one of the options in the secret analysis. So it was on-site in a deep injection well, or off-site across the way up to here. DEC doesn't like this. They don't want us to do that. But at the same time, when the town board purchased it, they knew this was part of a larger complex of open space. So all that was ever gonna happen was we were basically watering the plants, right?
Is that by Goodell? Like, what piece is that? Like, how
This
did
is
we
all the way
purchase
up
that?
by Iron Point almost, like it's.
How do you know how we purchased it? I'm just, it was
We
like a
purchased
CPF?
it
Water
with
quality.
Water quality CPF.
So we always knew that if the sewage treatment plant is tertiary treatment, so that it's lower than drinking water standards, and we were talking about piping it over here, doing a constructed wetland, and watering it with the effluent. DEC didn't want us to do it that way, whatever, we're now staying on site. At the same time, PEP got awarded all this grant money, also
Peconic
from the,
estuary program.
from the, Peconic Estuary Partnership.
Partnership, sorry.
They were awarded money from bipartisan infrastructure law, and especially in this area, so they said, we can, pay for you to do a concept plan. Not to put it in, just a concept plan. let's say it was back on the table, we would still be able to, you know, water it with the effluents, but the whole thing is just what plants would go there. And that's what they're paying for, a concept plan.
And Janice, if memory
So,
serves,
And there's all dredge material, just one quick point.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
All this was dredged and placed here.
So
So
it's
the
watering
idea is
anyway.
to kinda.
It's already been dredged?
years
Yes.
ago,
Yeah, it was a
legacy
spoil
years.
site.
Long ago, this
Yeah.
was a dredge material site. We're probably not gonna remove anything, cause it's almost like self-heal, it's almost coming back, but the
Mhm.
idea is to how do we augment it, cause it is just like, if you look at it on an aerial, it's just a big pile of sand.
Yeah, it has to be flattened out.
Yeah, it
or
needs to
slow.
be, and then like the idea of like grading it, because in a wetland,
You want it at-
world,
you want
the
it uneven.
elevation that you're at is what plants will thrive.
It determines-
In addition to how long it's inundated by water and the period, tidal cycles.
You want some
and stuff.
swells in it.
Yeah, so what they're paying for is a concept plan, and we have
That'd be cool.
rules that we have to abide by, which one of them is to go out to bid for someone to, you know, come in with a concept plan, so that's what that is.
So Janice, I'd like to just point out here that a lot of the navigable channels of the Peconic River, when they were dredged, the spoils were put on the Southampton town side. And so now we're dealing with it, and this is just one parcel with dredge spoils, including the park that we're going to be building out. A lot of that is dredge spoils as well.
It's a wetlands restoration project.
Mhm.
Yeah, but we're not actually doing the restoration yet, it's really just the concept plan
Right.
of what
For
that
the future.
restoration would look like.
Down.
Does that answer your question, Supervisor?
Yes.
Is that good? Okay, great.
Sometimes when you dredge, though, it's boggy and nothing's gonna grow in it. We're gonna have to, like.
Yeah, they're gonna do like some sediment
Samples.
tests and see what they have to do and come up with like a plant concept.
That's part of this.
I don't know that the testing is part of it, it's just really like what plants, but I do think there will be some site assessments, so I'll ask them that when we meet with them again.
I think it's
Thank you.
mostly sand up there, 'cause I went up there a while ago.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'd
So,
like everyone just to know where the dredge spoil came from.
Absolutely, thank you.
I'd like to be
Thank you,
co-sponsor
Mr.
with that
for
too,
the
Sunday.
history.
Sunday.
Oh. All right, so the next 29, I think, resolutions are for the our bond resolutions, and I'm sponsoring all of them, so I'm gonna read them. But I know that most of them have been authorized under the 2024 capital budget with the expect section of the special districts, but I think that the board, there's a few projects that maybe we'll hear from today that the board might not want to go through with, but I've been informed by our comptroller that we can authorize the bonds, but we're not going to actually borrow the money till later in the year. So if it does so happen that we don't go forward with a particular project, we're just not borrowing the money for that project. Just to give us a little more time to discuss them, but not hold up, the comptroller's office, because you get a preferred rate on the bonds the earlier you apply. Is that accurate?
Right, and the departments can't spend the money the department won't be able to spend the money until the bond resolution is in place. So, if we do not want to go forward with the project, then we're gonna have to do another resolution just to either reduce the project, abandon, whatever you want to do at that time.
But
We
we
can do
want to
that
borrow.
after.
Correct.
Yeah, we can do that after.
Right now, it's just the authorization, we're not
Right.
actually borrowing the
Right.
money. We plan on doing that later on in the year.
Okay. I mean, it would be nice if we had had the opportunity, but this just timing didn't work out that way.
Right, especially for the projects that you do want to go forthwith. So if, once we have the bond resolutions, the departments can start spending money on the projects. We don't have to actually bond the money, but at that point, we have the authorization.
Oh, okay. But we don't want them to go and spend money on some of the projects that we might have a concern about.
Right, so we will, first of all, they're gonna be already on, they'll know that you are questioning the project, and then there would have to be a follow-up resolution.
And some of these projects we've already bonded for, we've already borrowed money for.
Correct,
Like the
correct.
first
Like the
one.
West Hampton Community Center, that funding is already set aside, but not all of them. And as you know, many times we do a portion of funding every year because sometimes those projects are large enough.
Not like we're gonna talk about it, but like the bike lane has
Correct.
grants associated with it, so there's a bunch of different.
Correct, yes.
I mean, we can go through which, I mean, there's 29 of them, so I don't think you want to ask each project,
No.
but maybe the ones and.
Maybe individually you can meet after if you
Yeah.
have questions.
Yeah,
Between
yeah.
now and
Yes.
Tuesday, you can kind of
Correct.
try to
Because I
straighten
think
that out.
some of us are more familiar with some of them than.
Yes, definitely. And there's only a few that I had some questions about.
And I
so-
appreciate the board's due diligence in that respect.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, so we'll just read them, we'll, you know.
Sure, and let me know
Unless
if,
see
sure.
if anyone
and,
has any
and-
questions.
And the town are here, so it pertains to municipal works, they can definitely.
Once you've borrowed for it, though, I know you're not gonna
Right.
try to actually borrow the money until maybe the fall, but what happens with one that was already borrowed, like the community center?
So those bond resolutions are specific to that particular project, so it can only be spent on West Hampton Community Center. If you abandon the project, then that money is put in a debt reserve, and every year, we use a portion of it to pay the debt on that borrowing. I think there were 3 borrowings for the West Hampton Community Center.
Oh, you just, you just use the money to pay the debt
Right,
back?
instead of raising taxes or coming up, for the debt payment, we just use every year allocate a portion of it to pay the debt,
I see, okay.
The purchase price of it.
for the debt amount. So
Yeah,
if it's a
for the
20-year
debt.
debt, then whatever you take divided by 20, use that portion to offset next
So,
year's.
but we're paying off debt that we borrowed that we're not using, so it's.
Correct.
Theoretically.
We're still
Theoretically,
paying
but
the
you're also not
interest
raising
and.
taxes on it,
But we are paying interest.
Yes, because we already borrowed that money.
You couldn't
You
make a
can't-
Theoretically.
prepayment?
I think the bonds are callable, I have to look. I think the lowest is like 7 years, some of them are 10 years, so you can call the bond until, 7 or 10 years.
Mhm. Okay, well, that's a consideration too. Sure. Thank you. All right, so, do you think I should read each one of these? I guess I will, all right. 45360, bond authorization for 200,000 for creation of bike lanes and construction of a multi-use path, GGP. 45362, bond authorization of 230,000 for purchase, installation, and configuration of network equipment. So if you have any questions, say something. I have a more detailed description of them. 45364 is the bond resolution of 300,000 for improvement of Hampton Bays Water District. 45366, bond authorization of 300,000 for the purchase of police vehicles. 45361, bond authorization of 310,000 for North Sea Beach Colony Beach Erosion Control District. And the Beach Erosion Control District bonds, it's my understanding that that gets paid through the tax, the special tax for those communities.
On the district.
All right, that's
62 parcels.
45365, bond authorization of 500,000 for improvement of Hampton Bays Water District test boring at 32 Quail Run. 45356, bond authorization of 3,700,000 for increase and improvement of the Hampton Bays Water District facilities. 45357, bond authorization of 10,500,000 for Bridgehampton Beach Erosion Control District. 45358, bond authorization of 10,500,000 for Sagaponack Beach Erosion Control District.
Tax pays that.
Taxpayers pay it.
So people know that.
In the specific districts.
In those
Yes.
districts.
Okay.
45363, bond authorization of $250,000 for sidewalk and traffic improvements along Noyak Road. 45359, bond authorization of $100,000 for pedestrian and traffic safety improvements. 45381, bond authorization of $150,000 for purchase of self-contained fire and investigation response unit. 45388, bond authorization of $200,000 for reconstruction or rehabilitation of culverts. 45385, bond authorization of $300,000 for reconstruction or rehabilitation of bulkheads. 45406, bond authorization of $400,000 for construction or reconstruction of various town sidewalks. 45367, bond authorization of $420,000 for improvements for various town-owned buildings. 45368, bond authorization of $500,000 for expansion of town-owned police headquarters. 45411, bond authorization of $500,000 for the purchase of heavy equipment for waste management purposes. 45409, bond authorization of $500,000 for replacement of bulkheads and anchorage system. 45402, bond authorization of $500,000 for various townwide drainage improvements. 45369, bond authorization of $625,000 for various improvements to the Lobster Inn Marina. 45382, bond authorization of $700,000 for upgrades to townwide radio communication system. 45370, bond authorization of $750,000 for elevation and structural improvements to Town Hall. 45405, bond authorization of $1 million for the acquisition of road maintenance vehicles and related equipment. 45410, bond authorization of $1 million for construction of a new replacement bridge at Job's Lane. 45380, bond authorization of $1 million for construction of Shinnecock Hills Limited Access Road. 45376, bond authorization of $1,350,000 for improvements to the Shinnecock Commercial Dock. And 45404, bond authorization of $1,415,000 for the reconstruction of town roads. 45355, bond authorization for $1,850,000 for improvements to various town parks, playgrounds, and recreational areas. And that's it for the bonds. 45413, amend the 2024 adopted budget for nutrition programs, part-time salaries. It's a revenue program. Oh.
Yeah, that's through Kara. She's getting a grant from the county for $40,000, so we're increasing part-time salaries, so then we're gonna get reimbursed for it. This is for shopping assistance, I believe, for the seniors.
Which we partner with Heart of the Hamptons on
We
this.
did, but I don't think we
she's
did
the one-
last year, it didn't work. I think that's why we are trying to.
Hire somebody part-time.
Correct,
Oh.
And that's what the grant money's going to be used for.
correct.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, I'll co-sponsor.
Thank you. 45335, amend the 2023 budget for various departments as set forth in the resolution. There's no financial impact to this. Everything evens out. 45372, authorize disbursement of blight mitigation funds for Riverly Avenue lighting installation.
Could I co-sponsor, please? Cindy, thank you.
Town Board Resolution number 45417 to appoint Dark Skies Advisory Committee for 2024. I don't know what my fellow town board members think about this, but I know a couple of folks who are on this committee, one in which Joy Flynn, very wonderful person, and great advocate for dark skies. It's a very important issue for the protection of our nocturnal wildlife. So I recognize the importance of this committee. However, I don't know if we've had a lot of time to go through some of the names on these committees and advisory boards. And I'm not sure if we could collectively come to a consensus that perhaps we should table this until we're all sort of in agreement on who we'd like to see on some of these committees and boards.
Yeah, I'd like to table that. Just
You
because.
can, we've also added people in the past, so, I know there are some new people on here. So generally what happens with these is we put them out to the committee, and we ask if there is anybody that is on it currently that doesn't no longer want to be on it, or if there are people that have been coming to meetings regularly that would like to become members. And generally, these go on after we get that feedback from the committee as to who wants to stay. And I know, because I do see some new people on here. And then you're free to, during the year, if you want to add somebody or somebody wants to be removed.
Sure.
You can do that throughout the year.
I'm aware of the ability for us to do additions, but are you comfortable with just this going forward as is, or should we? Because I think there are other committees that we may want to review as far as.
It's your,
names.
it's your committee, and if you want to hold off on it, by all means, you can do that. I would just explain to you how we usually do these.
Sure.
Because these people, like, I've removed people from committees because they've just, for all year, have never seen the person
Right.
at a meeting. And then also, we'll have people that'll come during the year that want to be on the committee. And these are all open to the public. Anybody can come to these committee meetings. So it's very easy also to say, just come and participate as a committee member, but they're there. And then if they choose to be added after a few meetings, you can always add them. That committee, it's hard to get people actually so I'm glad to see the numbers actually increase this year.
I'm definitely in agreement with the importance of the work of the committee, and I certainly I'm happy to hear also that there are additional members that have been added based on what the committee's deliberation has brought about. I think we haven't really, as a board, except for an executive session, we've looked at some committees and boards. I'd like to have more time to review names on some of these committees and boards. Are we able to? And maybe this is a question for council. Are we able to hold an exec session of reviewing the boards, who's on the boards, who's applied to the boards?
Committees.
A lot of the discussion is had publicly, but when it comes to like specific people and you're talking about, and
Right.
it's personnel related.
Yeah.
I will double check, but I believe that would allow you to be able to have resumes and talk about personnel.
Yeah, I'd love to throw it out to the board. What do we think about just holding a specific executive session of just all the boards and looking at the names on
That would be a
them?
very good idea.
I don't think that's appropriate for executive session.
If it's
I
to
mean,
look
if
at
it's,
people's resumes.
if it's members of our community boards, let's have the liaison, kind of reach out to folks and then bring it to a town board meeting for a vote.
If we're looking at
other words-
resumes for planning or appointed boards, that's,
Uh-huh.
I think, appropriate. But-
That's what we're,
Right.
yeah.
These folks aren't being hired
No.
as, members of
So the
the town
liaison has
workforce.
unilateral decision
No,
to?
absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm not saying that at all, but, call these folks and see if they're interested, and if there are other people who've reached out to you, put them on
Okay.
and, right?
Okay.
Right.
And
Coun-
as a-
Counselor, I
and
mean,
as a
as
rule-
far as, there are very specific rules for executive session and determining who's on our boards.
I know personnel is covered, like I said, I would
And
look
is this
into it
considered
further.
personnel?
I'm not sure, I have to look into it, distinguishing
Okay,
a
well.
committee from an advisory. They're both advisory. Planning boards and zoning boards, you would be able to do that.
Because
Okay.
we actually look at resumes and we appoint them.
So they would be
Yeah, that
considered
doesn't seem
personnel or not?
comfortable
You
to
you
I
have to
don't
look
know,
into.
I would
They
have
get
to look
paid.
into
But you
that.
just made a determination on a couple of
If they get
boards,
paid,
right?
maybe
I would
that's
have
the
to look
distinction.
into.
Okay, so we don't have the, I mean,
Well, let's table it.
Yeah, I'm happy to
I,
table it
I
until
agree
we
with
get.
Or
tabling
withdraw
it,
it.
if you want.
Just, I want to get
Absolutely.
clarification on that, because I do think, we have a decision to make to look at our committees and look at who is serving on them, and make sure that we are comfortable with everything moving forward. I think that we charge them with authorization to do the work of what we charge them to do. I think we have every right to do our due diligence in looking at all of our existing committees and those who sit on them, and see if we want to continue to expand them, invite more people, because we do have resumes. I mean, I think, just based on my recollection, I've received tons of emails that have gone to all of us of potential candidates for various committees, and I just want to make sure those who have applied are on the resolution, and we've done our thoughtful consideration of making sure we have, placed all of those individuals who were interested on those committees.
Yeah, I agree. I was gonna get packets for everybody with all the resumes that we got for each of the appointed boards, with a list of what the vacancies are and who's holdover or expired terms, and then we can, decide what to do.
I think it's a reasonable request. I mean, I'd like to just have
What's-
agreement with the
What's
town
the
board on it.
request, to table this
Is
or
it table or
withdraw it?
remove for now?
Table, I think.
Well, you're the sponsor, so
course.
technically you
Yeah.
could just remove it.
You could just remove it and
or
put it
you
back
can
on
table.
when
It's
you're
up to
ready.
you. Yeah, it's however you want to proceed.
Because if you're, obviously, you're
What
not,
is your
you're not gonna be ready by
preference? Do you want
Tuesday.
to withdraw it for now, or do you want to table it?
Let's withdraw until we, and let us also look into the possibility of holding an executive session on our committees and boards
Yeah.
to review applicants to those respective.
So I'm going to withdraw this on your behalf.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, 45378, appoint Safety and Risk Management Committee for 2024. This one, I thought, since it's internal people, I would let this one go and not withdraw it. 45418, accept retirement of Diane Carpenter, Senior Account Clerk in the Town Attorney's Office.
I'd like to co-sponsor that, Cindy, please.
Okay.
45321, accept resignation of Gary Latanzio, cook in the Housing and Community Services. 45319, terminate employee in Municipal Works Department. 45336, appoint Christian Peterson to Principal Environmental Analyst position in Community Preservation.
I'd like to co-sponsor that one too, please.
45387, appoint Kevin Sickler to Water District Maintenance Crew Leader in Hampton Bays Water District. 45326, appoint Maria Espinales to Senior Police Operations Aide position in Police Department. 45337, appoint Matthew Palmieri to Records Management Assistant position from Civil Service list. And 45327, appoint Stephanie Orlando to Assistant Senior Citizens Center Management and Senior Services. 45333, appoint Tina Jambensky to Account Clerk position from Civil Service list. 45323, 2024 part-time, that's the employee rate schedules.
I think there should be a salary should be added to the title.
You want to call it the part-time employee salary schedule?
Well, it's not for all, it's just for these certain, it's just for specific part-time employees.
Their hourly rate is listed here.
Yeah.
Just add salaries to the title.
Okay.
Their hourly rate is, they're part-time, so they don't have salaries. They just have hourly
Oh, okay,
rates.
sorry.
Town Board Resolution Number 45375, authorizing the Youth Bureau staff to attend Association of New York State Youth Bureau's 2024 Annual Youth Leadership Forum.
45324, resolution to appoint delegate to New York State Association of Towns, AOT, 2024 annual meeting.
Town Board Resolution Number 45302, update town workplace violence prevention program.
And those are all internal people.
Mhm.
45373, notice of public hearing to consider establishing a sewer district known as the Riverside Sewer District in the hamlet of Riverside.
And that was a subject of part of our work session today. Town Board Resolution 45416, a notice of public hearing to consider acquisition of 4 Red Creek Road in the hamlet of Hampton Bays and amend CPF project plan and CPF management and stewardship plan to include the property.
Was this something that was talked about before the first of the year? I don't
Yes.
remember this. Okay.
This was something that we had,
Mm-hmm.
Madam Clerk, as liaison, I'd like to be a co-sponsor to this one.
It's a good project.
45416.
Got it.
45341, accept the deed of dedication of open space in connection with the subdivision known as Map of Chicken Briar located in Eastport.
Town Board Resolution 45342, co-sponsor with Councilman Yaselli. Authorize the acquisition of the property located at 99 Montauk Highway, Watermill, for the production of community housing through the Community Housing Fund. Town Board Resolution 45415, co-sponsored with Councilman McNamara, Councilman Yaselli. Consider the acquisition of a historic preservation and conservation easement on property located at 560 Bridge Lane, Sagaponack. Amend the Community Preservation Project Plan and CPF Management Plan and Stewardship Plan to include said property.
Thank you, Cindy.
Supervisor, did you want to?
Oh, we have two
Oh,
more.
we have the two.
Did you want to
Right,
also?
the first one, Town
the
Board
West
Resolution.
Hampton
We
ones?
were gonna wait and hear from,
On the bond or this? The community center ones, you wanted to wait until, I didn't know if you wanted to withdraw those and,
We were gonna wait till after we had the
okay.
discussion.
Because I checked with Mark, it's not for past services.
oh, good, so it's all prospective. Then there were two walk-ons that everybody's
Additions.
already approved. I mean, not approved, but I don't know what the right word is.
45173 and 45423?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Adam,
right, these are add-ons,
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
as opposed to walk-ons.
The one is to replace the change in the, where
Right.
is that one?
I believe it's a
that's
second.
number 2.
Yeah.
You have the add-on packet.
I don't think I have it. You don't know?
Can I go ahead?
Is it? It's probably, oh, this one. Oh, it's probably
I just
on my
passed one
desk. I must have walked off without it.
Yeah, we have papers here.
I gave her mine.
Town
So the
Board,
electrical permit is the second one.
so the first one, Town Board Resolution 45173, a resolution adopting Community Housing Fund Project Plan as an amendment to the Southampton Town Housing Plan.
I just have a little concern about putting a resolution on for something like this before, when we're having a public hearing on it. Shouldn't we wait till the meeting that follows so it doesn't, so we can give due consideration to the comments that we receive at the public hearing?
I don't think we even had this is all pending, right? We need the Suffolk County Planning Commission.
We did
We
get
got that.
We got
that
it.
from the Suffolk County Planning
It just came
Commission.
in yesterday or something, I think, or the day before.
And they had comments that were addressed, and they were covered by, or addressed by our housing, the Southampton Town Housing Plan. So that's why I put it on.
Yeah. it's
But
just
if you
that-
want to
did
withdraw it, we
everybody
can.
get
This
it?
is our third public hearing on this.
We can always,
Yeah.
you can always table it on Tuesday if there's feedback that contradicts adopting it. Because it is the third public hearing.
So I'd just like to state that this is simply just stating that the draft plan that was presented to us from Kara is now going to be, just act as an amendment to the existing plan,
An
as
addendum.
determined by the Suffolk
An
County.
addendum, not even an amendment.
Right, which is something that I did bring up, I just want to say. That's okay.
You did?
It's just, no, but in the Suffolk County Planning Commission, it refers to it as the draft housing plan. It doesn't even say project plan, but,
Well, they refer to it because it was in draft form.
but,
They don't say draft project plan.
yeah.
Right, which again speaks to what the function of that particular document was supposed to be. But I think I'm perfectly fine with this, and as Councilman Scavone and Councilwoman McNamara indicated, depending on what the feedback is on the public hearing, I think that could help us make a determination on how we move forward.
Okay, I just don't want the community to think it's a foregone conclusion that we're not, because that would indicate that we're not really listening
Mhm.
to what they have to say if we already decided we're gonna do the resolution. But we don't have to do it, we can always
We could always table.
table it. Is this one mine? The
The fee one.
45423, to amend the 2024 Department of Land Management Building and Zoning Division electrical permit fee schedule. Okay.
So we added them all? Yes.
Add-ons, the
Okay.
2 add-ons,
So
yeah.
I'm going to take my leave now, but may I give you a deadline?
Yes.
Say 3:30 to hear back one way or the other?
We'll get to you by
what
2.
you would like me to do. I don't know how long, the next
Yeah, don't
presentation is
be
gonna be.
Wow,
zealous.
ambitious.
We'll make it
Ambitious.
the first thing we talk about. I hope we can
Oh,
figure
this
it out
is
in
the
I'm just-
35
okay,
minutes.
So let's make it 3:00 is the
Okay.
deadline, okay? And just in case something arises in your conversation that takes longer than you anticipate. But if you could get back to me one way or the other, so then we can forge ahead to start processing the agenda, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you,
Got
Sandy.
it.
Thank you, Cindy.
My pleasure. All right, so we're gonna get an update on certain projects from Nick and Tom.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys have
If you
fact
have
sheets
one,
on
that'd be
top,
great.
and behind you'll have a couple of plans.
This could go on for a
Thank
while.
Good job for each project.
I know.
I got this game on.
Yeah, he's asking. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, the first project that I put on the agenda is the West Hampton Community Center. Guess you guys have some questions. Quick summary of it.
Well, let's explain the packet first. So in this packet that we've given to you today is an agenda of 5 specific projects, some quick bullet points on each project, as well as a fact sheet attached to that of the entire project. Gives a backstory, gives us what contractors are on it right now, what the story is to date, and where we're looking to go next with the projects. There's a breakdown of that for each one of these 5, and then there's also plans associated with each 5, so you have something to look on.
Tom, why did you pick each of these 5?
We picked, you want to explain that?
These are, as most are shovel-ready, and 2 are very close to shovel-ready. So if the board wants to proceed, these 5 projects, we can proceed with them in the next 2 months. So that was, and I didn't want to blindside you with resolutions or proposed resolutions, awarding contracts or authorizing work to be done that you had never seen before. So I figured we would have this meeting, discuss it, make sure that you prefer to move forward.
Yeah, we can answer any questions. They're projects that we've been working on for a year,
years.
2 years at this point, most of them, and they're ready to go. We're just awaiting the funds to be made ready in March, so.
Well,
Okay.
Mike, all right, do you want to, the thing about the West Hampton Community Center construction is twofold. I think when the property was, how much parking is at that property? That was the question I never
Approximately
had.
enough.
56 spots.
56.
It's not striped
Approximately.
in the rear anymore. The striping has faded significantly, so it's actually kind of hard to tell how many spots are back there. But we ran the numbers, and
See, I have a problem with it because when I read about it in the newspaper, it said it was turnkey. And then we're gonna spend another $4.3 million fixing it up if it's turnkey.
may I ask when you read that, and
But when
was
they-
that acquisition, or was that
When
recently?
they bought it.
When they bought it
We-
a few years ago. And I
That
think-
was erroneous.
That was a misrepresentation.
And
before
I
you
know the
said it.
property, I know there's not enough parking on it.
Okay.
And, because that's one of the reasons the car dealer got rid of it. And I think if we're gonna spend $4.3 million, we should find another town piece of property up there and find it, it's more, build a building with plenty of parking, with some office space in it, where we can have satellite office for some of our employees instead of having them come here. I think this spend
3.9.
$8 million total on the building with not enough parking, and it's like a, I think it's a good idea, but I think it's in the wrong place.
So the previous use was a restaurant, full restaurant on the second floor, as well as a car
And a car.
dealership on the first floor. The proposed uses that we'll have now are for a senior center on the first floor and a youth
Yeah.
services on the second floor. Those tend to operate on differing schedules.
Yeah.
The senior center's typically busy in
How
the morning.
many spots are there? Do you, I'm sorry off the top of hand, but like the Crow-Ann Center?
So it's very comparable to what we have in Flanders. It's frankly, it's even comparable to our spots in Hampton Bays. And if you go to the Crow-Ann Center on any given Tuesday, it's very sparse. So in the middle of the day at least, when they have youth services at night, that's when it gets a little busier, but even those kids are getting dropped off. Tracy has a bus, he goes and picks some of them up. But in any event, the use is gonna mirror that of Flanders for the most part, where it'll be a warming kitchen on the first floor, they'll serve hot meals to seniors, there's community space, and then the second floor, to Tom's point, would be the youth services function, however they decided to program that. And it does actually have, or at least it's proposed to include satellite town offices on the second floor.
And we have dedicated space for veterans groups.
Yes, the Legion.
The American Legion.
Weren't people saying at Flanders there's not enough room, or
There are
Hampton Bays,
currently-
there's not enough space for parking?
There's 46 spaces at Flanders, and there's also no street parking at Flanders. There is street parking at 112.
And
I
there
just thought I
there is a
remembered
plan
people
for a
complaining.
parking sharing agreement in the Flanders Riverside area with the church. They're submitting a plan, another thing. They're submitting a plan to rebuild their church and create a cross-access parking scenario there
So-
in conjunction with the ambulance. So, yes, and it's being addressed.
Oh,
And another thing that the board really needs to be updated on.
Thank you.
So just playing devil's advocate, what's the pathway if, say, this board decided they didn't want to go forward with this project?
well, to that end, I did have a question. Whatever happened, and I honestly don't know, what happened with the Height property that the town bought behind the elementary school? Because I thought that that was supposed to be the community center, and it was right near the school, so the children would be able to go
So
directly there.
I'm not aware of the entire backstory. It's currently, the garage on that property is in use by the Parks Department for storage. Beyond that, I think,
It's
Um,
CPF
Was that the
Parks.
Bauer property also?
yeah, it's
Yeah,
the
it's-
Bauer.
Oh,
Yeah, I know,
we
I know
used to
it's the
have
Bauer
we used to have a
property.
garden there and.
Use the landscape.
There's
plan.
there's
Yeah.
a,
nothing,
there's
just
currently, there's a greenhouse there.
Yeah.
Isn't there
There's
an
a
ag
giant
restriction on
storage
that,
barn.
or does
There
CPF
is,
bought it,
it's
or-
CPF Parks, and we
Beyond-
were looking at a skate park potentially there.
Beyond that, I believe that the cost of a new building was weighed against the renovation of an existing building. So I could try and dig those numbers up
Thought
from
it'd
you.
be
They've
possible
got to
to
be 6
renovate.
years old, so.
You probably
Um,
also need Dorothy to give you the breakdown that you spoke of before in terms of what it would cost to
To
do
build
the
a brand
debt
new building.
service as opposed to a brand new, like
What's the
a number of
ambulance
different
cost?
options.
500?
She'd have to
Yeah.
work out the numbers for
The
you.
ambulance barn
I didn't think
alone
that that Bauer
is-
property was purchased with CPF money because it was supposed to be for a community center. Unless you can put
I
a
don't know.
community center on
We can
CPF
check it.
property.
No, you can't. We
No.
can check it.
Yeah, part of it has to, part of the Bauer property is active and part of it is passive per the
Yeah.
CPF.
Yeah.
So we might, well, we
I-
could put, theoretically, I believe we can put a community center on the active parcel. I don't know how large or how much space is on the
It
active
just seems
parcel.
And
nice
they're
for the
separate
kids to
parcels.
be able to go right from there instead of getting their parents to have to drive them over to the other location.
For reference, the ambulance building we're constructing in North Sea is costing the town $4.3 million for a
And we
brand new
won't-
building with nowhere near the level
We won't
of
go into that
amenities
building.
that something like this would have. So we would be talking a significant amount of money to construct a new community center.
And it is hard to fathom, I know big numbers, but this has been value engineered to the utmost degree here. It's bare bones, we're saving floors, we're trying to save ceilings where we can.
So if the board decided not to move forward with this property, we would ask that we be allowed to do the research on the Bauer property, and we be provided with, we could come up with an estimate of what a new building would cost on a different piece of property.
One more item in terms of usage for this building. It was desirable because of the extensive basement and that storage facilities were needed for the town, and we could use it for that purpose,
Correct.
as well as what we listed earlier.
There are two existing elevators in the building. One is a passenger elevator that was used for the restaurant. That one will still be utilized for the youth services on the second floor, as well as town hall swing space on the second floor. There's also a
Town
freight
hall, what?
swing space.
Oh.
There is actually office space that we could utilize.
We're proposing 8 cubicles, as well as 1 locked office space on that second floor, on that side. They're large cubicles, we could kind of tighten them up and add more space if needed. But there's also an existing freight elevator within the building that's been serviced, it's operational. They use that to bring cars to the basement. But that freight elevator is ideal for records management to move whatever they need to in and out of that building.
Right, so it's a unique building.
No, that's 240. That's the Hampton Bays. The elevators in 112 are,
Oh,
they work.
they're okay.
So it's a
Sorry,
unique
Ken.
building in
And
that
they meet
regard,
code?
that there's a lot of things that go along with this building, sorry, Bill. But when we evaluated it and we compared it to new construction and a community center, we thought purchasing an existing building was more advantageous financially than building a new one. That was the thinking at the time.
Correct me if I'm wrong, too, there was also supposed to be, the county was going to basically rent the second floor and cover the debt service on the building at one point, wasn't it?
The
was
district
that- yeah, there
attorney's
was a
office did look
consideration
at
for
it, but I don't know if that has panned out.
No, that is not.
No, I know it didn't happen, but I think
Right.
that was at the time,
thought.
that was
In the
kind of
very
like the
beginning.
slam dunk. They were gonna rent the upstairs, and then it would kind of cover what we needed to do on the lower level.
We still obtain funding from Verizon, who rents out a portion of the roof for cell service, but
And there's the consideration of what to do with the building. Now, you could always put it up for sale, but to use it as anything at this point, given the current condition, would still require a substantial investment to renovate it into whatever that would be, whether it just be town offices, you could use it for storage space, sure, we use it for storage space now, but to make it an actual occupiable building would be an investment as well,
The
whether
roof-
it be community center or something
yeah,
else.
the roof needs to be repaired. The restaurant on the second floor is completely gutted. Every piece of
HVAC.
metal in that kitchen was removed by someone.
Mhm.
And the first floor is essentially just wide open with 2 restrooms, so.
Crickets.
Yeah, it's,
This is the first time I've seen a plan for it.
Yeah.
Me
So-
too.
Me too.
well.
And it's
I
already
mean,
been out to bid, and the bids have come back in, and,
We
you
worked
know.
with our liaison and our town supervisor at the time for this, so it's not that we developed this in our office to get to this point.
Yeah, John Bouvier was very instrumental in seeing it
Mhm.
move fast.
I mean, it's a good idea, you know, community center, but it has to be in the right place.
And it's a big deal, and it's really expensive, and we
It's a lot
should
of
be
money.
able to look at the plans and talk about it. I mean, maybe we want more than 8 cubicles, maybe storage shouldn't go in such an expensive building. Maybe there's a way to have storage elsewhere in a less expensive way. I mean, I'm not saying that that's, you know what I mean? Of course we need storage.
We're
Well, I
But
just
should
was
we
adding
use
that
it
on,
at
you know, as I'm
the-
thinking of things, this is not my project, but.
No.
we're-
You know what I
But it's
mean?
a
Maybe
good-
storage could go in some other less expensive building and free up the basement space if we do use this for something else.
Well, originally, we had proposed improvements or community center type improvements to the basement, but that added to the cost. So again, with value engineering and paring everything down, there was considerations for bowling alleys, and I forget what else we were gonna put down there, but those were all removed just due to the
Yeah,
cost of
cost.
installing a bowling alley.
And in our conversations with youth services, that now increased the amount of staff members that they need to provide. If you're gonna split children between the second floor and basement, or,
Well, there's
They
also, I
like-
mean, we're still talking about, there's no staffing in place for this. So we're talking about senior services is gonna need additional staffing. You know, it's, the staffing part of it is in addition to the building part of it,
Plus
so,
more parking too.
yeah, well,
I mean, you go to Hampton Bays Civic and
Hampton Bays is a
you can't park
unique
there.
situation, and
Yeah,
then
you
it's
can't
shared
park.
with 6 other businesses and stores. It's a
a
basically
mess.
community parking lot.
Yeah.
That is not this property.
No.
This property has its own parking all to itself. If, to take that into consideration.
I always like the idea of a community center in West Hampton,
I think it's a
West
good idea.
Hampton Beach, along with the senior center.
Yeah.
Right now, seniors have to drive to either Hampton Bays or Riverside, or Flanders Riverside.
What would,
They do
So
have the
lunch program at
library.
The library right now.
Yeah.
What type of figure would you support?
It's temporary.
Do you have a figure in mind that you think would be more?
Mine is parking, because, you know, in my view, I think that town board should be in West, you know, we should meet there once in a while.
Okay.
If we meet there, there's not enough parking.
That would likely be the case, correct?
We also have not designed
Any
anything
meeting
in that
room.
building to have a meeting room.
Yeah, we should have,
Bill, just for clarification, are you saying you envision this being sort of a satellite?
I think it should be like a satellite.
Town Hall West?
Yeah.
Well, it's not set up for that in
No.
any way.
No
even-
parking
not
for
even
that
close.
either.
No.
Nor am I aware of any properties that would support a use like that
Yeah.
that exist. It's one of the larger buildings in West Hampton.
Oh, Janice might have some thoughts on this.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think
We're getting updated on the West Hampton
it
Community
should be
Center.
There is no-
multi-use.
I thought there was talk of a rock wall. There's no rock wall in here, right?
No, it's not proposed.
Okay.
And the storage, the whole basement is just storage. It's such an expensive building to store documents in. You could do something else
Yeah,
with
the
that.
basement doesn't require any funds.
I just know
Right,
we
it's-
already have staffing issues.
It's
and-
existing storage right now, and we were just gonna,
Yeah, so
Repurpose
renovating the
it.
basement would add to the existing cost.
Yeah. And it's a big factor when you spend other people's money.
With respect to staffing, though, if we hypothetically did have a building further west like this, I mean, that would attract more staff. That's needed, no?
Well, no, I'm talking about, we need staffing for this building.
To run the program.
That's not currently in our budget.
Okay.
like youth services would need another arm to run this building.
Yeah,
Senior services
would need more employees to
more
run
people in the
this.
warming kitchen, maybe a site manager.
Because we are offering more services to our constituents. I
Correct.
mean,
Yeah.
you
The building
know,
has to
just,
be
that's the other
staffed.
side of the staffing, is that we're offering more, we would be offering more services.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The Crohan Center was constructed in, I think, 2006 or so. That, I believe, was our newest building, but we haven't put anything up since.
Is it
Okay.
possible to do the downstairs as like, kind of like the Crohan Center, where it's a shared between youth and senior services, and do more office space on the upper floor?
Ooh, I like that
Mm.
idea.
Yeah, it's better. But still comes
I
down
mean,
to
I'm just
parking.
saying
Yeah,
because
it's all possible.
I would love to get, just, you know, this is a whole different thing, but I would love to get, you know, engineering further. We've had a really hard time attracting engineers because
The
they're
commute.
mainly based in the western, you know, western Suffolk, and getting them out here has been a challenge. And, you know, I think if we could, we're looking at, you know, getting office, I mean, I'd like to see more office space in the western end of town.
And in the building department, right?
And then, I mean, it would cut down on a lot of
Know what you could do
the
with
extra
that, but-
bathrooms, and, I mean, we'd still need bathrooms,
Yeah,
obviously, but,
I'm not sure it changes the layout of the restroom facilities, but yeah, it would be extremely helpful. If we do redesign anything, we'll need to go back to the architect for a change order. We'll have to cancel all these bids, redo the plans. We're looking at probably 3 to 6 months.
New permits.
Yep. So just with that in mind.
can we, this is a very technical plan. Can you send us like a PDF of just a floor layout plan without
we'll-
all of the specs and
We'll go back
everything
to our
on it?
original massing documents.
And then
They're
see-
color coded, they talk about what room is for what use.
Yeah, that would be great, because
Because,
this
I mean,
is
maybe we
hard
could
to
cut
read for
costs,
us.
and maybe we could, you know, get more of what we need and still cut down some of the costs on the build-out.
Sure. It wouldn't change the HVAC very much, it wouldn't
Yeah.
change the roof layout. I mean, we're talking about cracking.
Well, that's what I
open
mean, and then we
a
could see what we
portion
could
of
go
this.
forward with
Yeah.
as
Yeah,
is.
the number that would go down would likely only be general construction.
If that, I mean, you're still constructing, so it
Yeah.
would probably go up as a result of there being less open space and more office type space.
Possible.
I think you could reconfigure it, I don't know that the price would change very much.
I would just like to see a easier to read.
Yeah,
plan.
yeah, of course, this is more, has to
Technical.
do with demolitions and partitions and,
Mhm.
Drazen is, very technical with his labeling of improvements.
Yeah.
Everything's got a number and a color, so.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, it's great, I don't think this is beyond what I think what we need.
Yeah,
to
we
see.
can absolutely get you the massing document.
Oh, rock climbing is on there?
Yeah.
Oh, it's called the rock
Just
climbing
the,
room.
the room, yeah. What we do with it is not going to be rock climbing.
I mean, the community, it would be great benefit to the community, but if there could be some compromise so that we can benefit, the services we provide through town hall also. Because if we can't fill our staffing needs because people can't commute all the way, then, we're letting them down in other ways.
Of
We
course.
have to hire a part-time people to fill out different departments to get the work done.
Yeah.
And I would like to know what happened with the Bauer property. Is it just sitting, not being used for anything, maybe?
No, it's definitely, Parks uses it. There's a giant storage building on there that Parks basically puts
Yeah,
all of their seasonal
They have
items in.
stockpiles in there.
It's used by CPF to, don't they do,
I'm not sure what CPF uses it for.
they use it for invasives to, basically, they cover them with tarps and that's where they get,
Oh, boy. Okay.
I think. I don't know, maybe they're not even doing that, but.
All right. Yeah, if you would provide us with the direction.
Nothing that, no,
We'd like to
nothing
move
with
forward
seeds,
with
no.
whatever you want to move forward
They're
with.
very,
Okay, if you
know,
could tell
Julia,
us
she's
what the
very,
status of
very
the Bauer
specific about
property,
what
the
she
Heights
could do.
property, and get us something like this, we'll look at it right away.
Okay.
We don't
Yeah.
want to hold anything up, but we need to be comfortable with.
Yeah, just the
Wait,
plan
wait.
what we have now, I'm not comfortable with.
In reading it or understanding it?
No,
or-
I can understand it, but the use.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out
Yeah.
what.
So we are not moving forward with the bids. Those bids are going to be thrown out. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, we're
How
gonna
long
hold
are
off
they
on them
good?
this week.
Yeah, how long are they good, or when do they have to be awarded?
Typically pricing's good within
I
a month.
spoke with Mark
so-
and he didn't have an issue with taking them off this agenda, but if you want to talk to him quickly, we have until 3.
Yeah, I think the bid bond is 60 days.
You
I'll
you
talk
should
to Mark.
talk to Mark and then just let us know. 'cause
Well, then why don't we just have
needs to
Sunday,
know.
why don't we just have Sunday leave them on and then we can just table them?
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
This way they're there, so we were not under any kind of crunch and they're there if we need them for any.
Well, to Bill's point, if the plan is not desired anymore, this plan,
Yeah.
then it really,
You have to go rebid
it's
it.
done. The contractors bid on this plan, so this
Yeah.
is what they're
They have to go
building.
re-out. and
Well, why
bid
can't
the
we
bond
just
again anyway.
withdraw that? When did the bids come in?
2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you probably
we-
have at least 30 days. I
We
would
put out
think
the
more.
RFPs, right, the last, like, the first meeting in December, I think, or something?
Yeah.
November, but yeah,
Yeah.
it opened in December.
So, I don't think there's anything that says, I think it's within a reasonable amount of time, you have to award the bid, and then you have a certain specific time to sign the
Correct.
contracts. So it's not unreasonable to,
No, I wouldn't call it unreasonable to delay awarding the contracts. I'm just,
yeah, if we're going to
if
do
we're going
that.
to significantly
Change
change
it.
this, there's no
We have to
Reason
rebid
chance
it.
that we're
award
awarding
them.
these bids.
So
That's-
let's withdraw those resolutions, and we don't award the bid right now. And if you could give us that plan in an easily readable,
Can do.
and then we can talk about how it could be, maybe the board would be comfortable with a revised plan or not, I don't know. We'll see.
Let Sunday know we're withdrawing
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
And we did it before 2:00?
Yeah,
3, she said.
she didn't have any faith in us.
Well ahead of that curve.
Janice, sorry, would I also, and correct me, would I be able to withdraw my previous withdrawal? I mean, we weren't like, this wasn't a town board, but I withdrew that resolution
Dark skies?
for dark skies. Can I withdraw the withdrawal and just keep it on, and I'll, if I want to table it, I'll table it?
Okay.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, you think?
Withdraw
he
the
might be able
withdrawal?
to-
And you could do that
He
on the
might be able to
floor.
think about it.
But it won't be
before
on there,
then.
he withdrew it.
Well, now I can.
Now you can withdraw with withdrawal and it'll be there, and you
Yeah.
can table it or withdraw it. Leave your options open.
Okay.
And you'll get back
Okay.
to
Can we
me.
move
All right,
on?
next
Moving
one.
on.
Head Start.
Yeah.
Moving on to Head
Gonna walk
Start.
through the withdrawal process.
Smaller price tag.
You should have started with
Another
this.
existing facility. Background on the Head Start facility is there's a shared space now. Would you like to speak about Head Start? Oh, it's up to you.
Not yet.
We're not there yet.
I thought it was number 2 on the list.
Wait, is this?
No, now you have
Tom's
to wait,
offering the
Janice.
opportunity.
Is this funded, is this already funded with a bond, or these
No,
now,
these are the ones we have
four?
bonds for.
Okay,
Actually, could you,
Head Start is funded, correct, like, we're not bonding anymore, or 200 this year.
We used ARPA money, I think it's 400.
yeah,
Okay.
can you let us know, and we also got we got ARPA money from Steve Malone was that for that was for Head Start?
Yes.
Right, a smaller amount, right? It
Yes.
was 190, but it was done at the same day of the,
Yeah,
Head
no.
Start
For the sewer
also
It was a big
has
check
a Empire State Development Grant, too.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, Flanders, it's, we're using ARPA.
Okay, so
ARPA
it's
money,
not bonded.
$400,000 this year, yes.
Gotcha.
It's not bonded.
Then this is desperately needed.
So, as it exists right now, if you're looking at the plan, hopefully a little easier to follow, the white areas are the proposed CME spaces. Second one.
Children's Museum at the East End.
This existing rectangle on the right-hand side is the current space that they have. The addition is the rectangle immediately to the left. So they're essentially doubling their space more or less. As it exists right now, CME operates outside the hours of Head Start. So some of the children that attend the Head Start program, finish Head Start program, and go to an after-school program at CME. They build Legos, they paint, they do arts and crafts, essentially. CME has always expressed a desire to expand that service. It's actually in their agreement to expand that service for weekends and summertime activities. They do a little bit, but not as much as they would like to. And the chief complaint is that they are confined to the small space. So they approached former supervisor about expanding this facility for their use, so they can have more exhibit space, more floor room to do more activities with the children. We've gotten extensive funding assistance. There is some town money in there. I don't know the exact amount.
And we noted that the synergy between the Children's Museum and Head Start is something that works quite well.
Yes.
It brings kids in, gets them involved in Head Start and vice versa.
Yes, the impetus, Nick is absolutely correct, but the impetus came from the RAP plan, if I could use a four-letter word, everybody's present. In the RAP plan, there is a there is a commitment.
I'm gonna do this in person with you, okay? Your withdrawals.
Thank you.
There is a commitment for the town to try to locate a permanent home for CME in the Riverside Flanders community. So that's sort of like an agreement that the town committed itself to. We searched for several years to find such a place, with little or no success, actually with no success. And finally, we stumbled upon the ability, and Tom's predecessor, Christine Fenton, came up with the suggestion that this open courtyard area, if we were able to enclose that, it would double the amount of space that CME had to use, and it would also allow for more co-operational programs rather than just after-school programs. So we began to pursue that. We did get a grant, as Nick pointed to. Tommy John is completely correct. CME and not SYS, CME and
Head Start.
Head Start do cohabitat in their current location, the museum in Bridgehampton, so they have a working relationship with each other. They've been extremely enthusiastic about this, and in fact, the grant that I think Cindy referred to that Mr. Malone provided was actually a grant to CME for furnishing or equipping the location, because if any of you visited, I think most of you probably have, it's a lot of Montessori-based, interactive kind of children's learning behavior, experiential behaviors. So there are kinds of unique pieces of equipment, stores and Legos and all different kinds of things. So they got the grant to equip the unit. We got the grant and some additional funding and some town funding in order to build it. And I think we're scheduled for 2025.
No, if the board would like to move forward, construction of this can begin in the summer of 2024. The first order of business will be doing all the loud outside construction. Head Start is not always super pleased to have heavy construction going on when children are in the Head Start program. So steel superstructure and basically making the building tight to weather will be the first order of business over the summer. And then once the Head Start program starts up again in the fall, they can move inside and complete the interior finishes. It's essentially a shell. We're not furnishing it for them. We're not decorating walls. It will be a building with just utilitarian flooring and painted walls that they can then go in and furnish, which is the grant that they received once we turn it over to their.
Both CME and Head Start, as most of the board members know, have a no-cost lease for this facility. Excuse me. And when we renegotiated the most current one, we limited it to 1 year, and we put in there that they had some obligation to help expedite and accommodate the new construction. Head Start being governed by the New York State Department of Education, there are certain construction activities that cannot take place, whether they want to or not. They can't allow them to take place while children occupy the building. So that puts a little bit of a delimiter on the construction part of it. And we may or may not be able to finish it in that period of time, but we can't start a construction activity at our will, or even when Head Start agrees to it. We have to abide by the constraints that are established by the New York State Department of Education. It's doable, it's a tight timeline, but I think we can get it done, and it's been well received by the community.
Well, that's the Annie Jackson.
Say again?
The Annie Jackson.
Yes, that's, and you guys just passed a resolution naming that building in the name of a former director and community member who was the director of the Head Start program. Particularly the Franca group has always been strongly supportive of this and very enthusiastic to have the homes in their community. It's very well received by the community at large and provides an invaluable service to a community that doesn't have access to those kinds of opportunities.
Did you look into any additional grant opportunities through the Department of Ed, on national side as well as state side, or?
We have not, Michael. I think that the CME has on their own.
Okay.
They filed the grant, which they did get awarded, in addition to the one that the county provided. I don't know what Head Start has done from their perspective. They're funded by the federal government ultimately, so I don't know what opportunities they have or don't have. I think going forward, given the enrollment and that they have and the reception from the community, there may be a foundation for other grant opportunities.
I'd like to move forward with this.
I'd like to move forward.
I think it's a great idea. I like kids.
So to that effect, there will be resolutions before you guys, or for your guys' consideration. The first meeting in February, likely just noticing the bid.
Got it.
And then you get the bids, and then go from there.
Fair enough.
Next project, this is another shovel-ready project. Red Creek Park pickleball and tennis courts.
Is this already funded? I didn't notice this on the bond list.
Is Red Creek funded? think
I
it's a
saw
bond
the
this
one in
year.
North Sea, but not.
Pretty sure this is a bond for this year too.
Madam Supervisor, when Sunday comes back, she just wants to interrupt, so
Yeah.
she can.
No, sure, I'm writing down the numbers right now for her.
Yes, so that Red Creek pickleball courts funding happened last year.
Okay.
It's rollover money that we already have in place.
Gotcha. So this project, shovel ready, we've hired the engineers prepared the plans. I gave you what it will be and what it currently is, just so you can see that it is in the footprint of the existing tennis courts.
Which the existing tennis courts are pretty much shot anyway.
Yeah, so the existing tennis courts are paved with blacktop or asphalt. They're about 20, 25 years old. I think the park was built in 1997, something like that. And they're just at their functional limit, or their useful service.
Asphalt doesn't work well for that.
Yeah, asphalt is a very high maintenance material, and even to repair them at this point would be a substantial investment.
Okay.
Basically ripping up the existing asphalt that's there and putting a new layer down. This project proposes replacing the courts with post-tension concrete.
Oh, would you excuse us for a minute while we just do this housekeeping with Sunday?
I had to get my glasses so I could see.
Sorry, just wanted to. So, Madam Clerk, I would like to withdraw on the sponsor on
Could you make page
6
numbers?
resolutions. Hmm?
Do you have page numbers maybe, or?
I have the number.
Okay.
Would you rather have the page number? I have the resolution number.
Say it again.
I have the resolution numbers if you.
Okay, well, okay. Go ahead.
It's 45328, 45269, 45270, 45271, 45272, and 45273. That we're just withdrawing for further discussion.
Okay, so I'm just gonna read off the last three numbers. 328, 269, 270, 271, 272, and 273.
Yes.
Okay.
And then Michael.
And Madam Clerk, I apologize for my ambivalence, but I'm not going to withdraw resolution number 45417 on dark skies. That's page 118. I'll leave it on the agenda, and we'll make a determination during the town board meeting. Thank you very much.
No problem.
You're so polite. Thank
Yes, so Madam Clerk, it wasn't so old though. I wanted to call me Miss Clerk or something.
Miss Clerk.
Mrs. Clerk.
Mrs.
It's Miss Clerk.
Married to the job.
Okay.
All right, so back to the next, thank you, Cindy.
So back to Red Creek, Parks has been receiving complaints about the courts for years likely. They reached out to Tom and Municipal Works to help them get an engineer and then design ultimately the replacement of the existing courts. We did go back and forth last year. Should we rip out the asphalt and put new asphalt down? Should we put post-tension down? Should we scale everything back and just make it smaller? The consensus between our office, the Parks Department, and the community that utilized these is they wanted the pickleball courts over the tennis. That's kind of the way things are going right now. The post-tension concrete has an expected life, or service life of about 30 years.
We used it with great success at North Sea Park for the 4 pickleball courts up there.
What did I just read about
So we're
North
adding,
Sea
yes, North
Park?
Sea is
We're
adding
putting
2
more
additional
pickleball
ones.
courts?
Yeah,
Yes. Should you desire to do that. But,
Are they all used up?
yeah, so North Sea, there's lines.
That's good.
And that was the request at North Sea for the 2 additional pickleball courts.
So there's not gonna be
Have
any
someone-
tennis courts here at all now?
At Red Creek?
There'll be
No, there'll be
2.
3.
Three.
Yep.
Bottom of 3.
I personally fought for the 3.
It's good.
Former
Yeah,
tennis player
people like
myself.
tennis.
But,
I think
Do they have to
pickleball,
be
it goes in
resurfaced?
waves.
well, that's the consideration
Like, I have a
you make, right?
feeling
If
in
you
like
remove
10
all
years,
the-
we're gonna be
Exactly,
making the
it'll be
pickleball
just
courts
be
tennis
trend.
courts again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there'll be 3 tennis courts and
and
5?
8 pickleball
pickleball.
courts.
Uh,
So pickleball courts are much smaller than tennis courts. You can fit 2 pickleball courts in 1 tennis court.
Theoretically, more people could be serviced,
More people can be serviced, correct.
if they're
Um,
playing.
And another aspect
They
of
seem
this,
to be.
another aspect of this project that it's not shown on these plans, but currently, if you're familiar with Red Creek Park, there's a inline roller hockey rink, and there's pickleball courts striped in the inline roller hockey rink, which has caused some friction at the park because when people want to play roller hockey, there's other people playing pickleball and vice versa.
Yeah.
So
So
this
it
takes,
separates it.
takes pickleball out of the inline hockey,
Okay.
puts it in its own space, keeps tennis, and allows parks to then rehabilitate the inline hockey rink sometime in the future.
Is it used?
No, not really. I mean,
The inline
yeah,
hockey
for
rink.
inline hockey,
Marginally.
yeah.
Okay, it's getting there, all right.
Depends where you are on the court, but I mean,
You need the whole rig.
yeah, but I know
Stay on the
that
right
they've been
side.
working and trying to get some prices and different ideas on how to fix that.
Can I ask you a question?
Mhm.
Is it possible to have tennis courts and like in a different color lined pickleball courts within the tennis
I
courts?
prefer it, yeah.
So you can use them for
Well,
both?
no, that's not recommended, actually. In the same court,
Yes.
Yeah.
It plays- I know what she's talking
superimposed
about.
On the tennis court.
so the tennis players will complain. They complain about the lines, but they'll lose their minds if it's a different color and there's different lines.
Also additional net setup as well, so.
I've never played pickleball, so just asking. 'Cause
yeah,
it
the
looks like
pickleball
You could
net-
fit two on a tennis court
You
and
fit 'em,
keep your
yeah.
tennis courts.
I mean,
You could put two
but-
tennis courts here,
Yeah,
is what you're saying?
yeah, and then, I'm just thinking like, kids play on turf that's lined for different sports and they figure it out.
Could I ask you a question, just based on the legend of the landscape area? What is going to be composed there?
Turf grass.
Just turf grass? Okay.
Turf grass.
Artificial
It's
turf
just-
grass?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, just
Artificial
regular
Just grass?
Kentucky bluegrass, yes, I'm
Ah.
sorry.
Fescue.
Sure.
Call it fescue.
Grass, dirt, living grass.
Living grass, not synthetic.
Got it.
Anything to limit the noise?
So there is an extensive stand of trees between these courts and the closest homes. We discussed that, it's not included in this. Parks has other revenue sources or other funding sources
With
where.
trees?
Excuse me?
They put trees up here for the
I don't know
sound.
if
I
there's a
wouldn't
sound
add-
barrier if necessary.
Yeah, like a sound
Yeah, the only
barrier
person it's
on
gonna
the
bother
fence.
is Rick Martel, so.
Well, he is right too.
Yeah, there's sound attenuating screens that you
Yeah.
basically hang on the chain link fence.
Okay.
They're not expensive.
And not integral to construction either.
Because that's what people complain about the pickleball, is the noise.
Noise, yeah.
So
Yeah, we
what,
looked into
we're,
that.
so we are putting some things up to,
We can.
But there's, if you see on the second page, there's natural, right, you were saying there's natural.
There's a
Yeah,
lot of
there's a
trees.
huge,
Trees.
it's like 1,000 feet to the closest house.
oh,
Yeah.
oh, well, let's see
Woods.
how it goes.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
And then
kinda-
if there's one complaint in a week, we can purchase, get
Okay.
shipped, and Parks Maintenance can just string it up on the fence. So that's Red Creek, if you guys would like to move forward with that.
Yes, please.
I'm
There
fine
will
with
be a
that.
That's a
resolution
great thing.
in front of you at the next board meeting to authorize Land Tech to do the construction. Land Tech holds a requirements contract with us for sports court maintenance and replacement essentially. So they can do resurfacing, they can do painting lines.
And the pricing has already been competitively bid ahead of time, and it's essentially there for our use for the entire year.
So we can budget accordingly. If we know we need something, it'll be the price that we expect.
Nick, you mentioned community members. Was there a contingent of folks in Hampton Bays who gave input to this?
Yeah, Kristen and Daryl met, and they keep meeting because, so Red Creek Park, we're gonna come, I
Good.
anticipate we'll be coming back to you a couple of times for Red Creek Park. There's obviously the skate park, which is farthest to the south. That is a huge, issue for parks. Skate park
Has to be
is
completely redone.
beyond, I don't even know how to.
It's
explain.
outdated and it's not
outdated.
even, it's
It's
borderlines
beyond
on, we're gonna have to
the
close
ability
it.
repair it. They
Yeah.
do, Parks does a good job putting some lipstick on it, but,
Is it used a lot? Do people still use them?
they don't really use it anymore, not since Montauk, at least that's what we've been told. And the big.
What do you mean, Monty? What is-
Montauk
skate
put
park.
in
Montauk
a
recently
better one.
revamped their entire skate park, and it's a destination for Long Island, even further. If this skate park was reconstructed and brought up to today's standards, it would likely get some heavy use.
But,
So the engineer that designed this is currently, they haven't started yet, but they have a contract to start public outreach and investigation into what that skate park will become. So that, again, you guys will be hearing about that.
In terms of like what types of ramps and
Yeah.
half pipes,
So it
rails.
will remain a skate park.
Yes.
That's the point,
Okay.
Yes.
yeah.
Do we want it to be a destination?
No.
And that's a question
It won't
that I
be a
would put out
Montauk.
to the community,
Yeah.
is whether or not they
Yeah,
want it
that's
to
a lot of
be
money.
a skate park destination, and, you know.
There was a lot of
so
private
good.
funding.
I'm glad you're evaluating the effect of such a
Yeah, it's,
construction.
so the desire is not to make another Montauk type skate park, but something that at least the community or Southampton residents can, make use of. And then that inline, the inline hockey rink, same thing. we're looking at, and this is internally, but we're looking at different ways to remediate the surface of that, be it ripping up the asphalt, putting down more asphalt. I don't know if anybody's ever seen the outdoor plastic sport tiles. That's a cost-effective approach because it doesn't require removing the existing asphalt. But yeah, and then there's also the basketball court and
Baseball field.
the baseball.
Any talk about
yeah,
the men's league
infield.
wooden bat baseball field
Correct.
to
We
extend?
essentially have a park that's reached its useful lifespan, and we're trying to rehabilitate
Spruce it
it
up.
year by year, so.
And I believe Kristen submitted capital projects for all the
Yes.
things that you're talking about, but that was additional like $4 million.
Yes.
So we're trying to do it piece by piece.
Is this the first piece
This
this
is
year?
the first
Yeah.
piece this year, correct.
We've done other improvements over there. The infield, the turf infield a couple years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, this was, I guess, the largest ask, of course, it's pickleball. People are crazy for pickleball right now.
And we do a lot of programming at this
Right.
park in the summer.
Yeah, is it the largest? It's almost the largest park, if
One
not
of-
the
yeah.
largest park. One of,
Yeah.
definitely.
It's heavily used, so.
Okay. Nice. Thank you for reaching out to the community on this.
Thank you.
I have
So, electric vehicle chargers. This is a great project. We've identified so many different funding sources that we will pay almost nothing to do this at Town Hall. As you know,
We started with the NYSERDA grant that we applied to the New York State Energy Research Development Authority for. It's a $70,000 grant that is for the construction of 3 charging stations, 6 ports. And we applied for that at the beginning of '22, or the end of '22, something like that. We need to finish it by the second quarter of 2024 is the deadline that our contract with NYSERDA holds us to. So we're looking to begin implementing that. You want to talk about Make Ready and the rest of it?
Sure, and then PSEG has a program called the EV Make Ready program, and they provide rebates based on the level of electric vehicle charging you provide that cover the utility side Make Ready improvements and what they call the customer side Make Ready improvements. It excludes the chargers themselves, but all of the infrastructure. So a utility side would be perhaps a new transformer, or the conduit and the wire that runs from your main distribution panel to the secondary power on a pole. And then customer side, of course, would be your main distribution panel and all the conduit and electric cables and whatever other items of construction that you need to actually get the power to the charging stations. They give a 90% rebate on all of that. So we buy the electric vehicle chargers, they cost around $8,000 each, I think, right? That's
Yeah,
right.
they're
It was
about-
like $8,000 each. We installed one of these, or what we propose here in Good Ground Park. And they use it, believe it or not, because we get the payment every month.
Yeah.
But, so for about $16,000 out of pocket, if you will, we would purchase the 2 electric vehicle chargers, have them installed for a little bit more, probably around $20,000, furnish and install, and then have that covered by the NYSERDA grant, and the Make Ready improvements would be funded 90% by PSEG, or rebated 90% by PSEG. So we would essentially pay nothing out of pocket for
Would the
this
public
project.
be charged to use these?
That's up to that's like a policy question for you guys. There's no.
We'll talk about our current
Yeah, you
setup.
can talk
So
about
we have the ability to set the rate on the chargers. We can set if there are time of use restrictions. So if you're done charging, you've got to move your car within 10 minutes, otherwise you'll get assessed an additional fee. We can set the rate to 0, but then the town would be responsible for paying for the electricity that's being used. Or we can set it so that we either break even or make a profit. It's all,
I'm asking that question because I just want to make sure that we can at night park town vehicles there and not charge ourselves for.
So there'll have
Yes.
to be a restriction on these. The plan is the fleet electric vehicles will be parked there overnight and recharge, and then whoever is assigned those vehicles will be out during the day, working, and then it'll become open to the public. But there'll be a restriction in public charging from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. or something along those
Perfect.
lines.
yep. And the software is intricate enough that I can basically recognize different vehicles that are charging on this and basically adjust the parameters accordingly.
How about town employees who have electric cars who commute with,
Yeah, they can
EV.
park them during the day. The requirement from NYSERDA is that the public is able to use these. So
So does the parameters of 10 to 2, does that sort of disqualify what NYSERDA is requesting?
I wouldn't set 10 to 2 parameters, but I would make basically a rule of the town employees are required to move those vehicles in the morning when town hall opens.
So you couldn't have a town employee coming in with their personal electric vehicle, taking their town vehicle and leaving their personal vehicle there to charge
You could.
while they're at work?
Yeah, I mean, they're public here, so.
I was wondering about the overlap there. You know,
Right.
People come
Yeah.
and work, they sign in. you know,
Well, we
do
could
the-
put like a 2-hour charging restriction if we needed to, just like there might be a
Okay.
2-hour parking restriction.
Okay.
And that wouldn't be prevented by the NYSERDA grant.
And are these fast chargers, or are they just?
Level
These are level
twos.
2s.
So moderate chargers.
Okay.
What, we have a fleet of electric vehicles?
We have 2 Leafs and 3 Teslas currently, yes.
Why can't we get the fast ones?
A lot more money.
They're
And a lot more
significantly more
infrastructure.
expensive.
So what's
Is it
the
level 1 or
average?
2?
Sorry,
This is a level 2.
Okay.
Yeah, level 3 fast charging, requires an extensive amount of infrastructure,
3-phase.
and not always, most of the time, but
Probably talking $200,000 to $300,000 for fast chargers, and we also don't have the space
Yeah.
to support the
The
equipment.
level
that's the
required.
issue at town hall, really.
The level 2 is I think doable. You know, they have them in Southampton Village, behind Bamboo Restaurant. They put them in, and it takes like, you know, depending on what, you know, capacity you have as a, you know, in your car battery, you know, takes anywhere between 3 hours, maybe 5 hours. It's not bad. My concern is if it's the purpose of allowing it for public use, they're sort of, and then we also allow it for some of our fleet, there might be some conflicts presented with it. I'm very much in favor of this. You know, you look at Brookhaven Town, they have windmills at Brookhaven Town Halls. You know, it's pretty cool. So how can we sort of get to that climate ready capacity? I think that this is a great opportunity for us, but I'd like to know how we can sort of also resolve any potential conflicts ahead of time before we install them.
Well, currently, all of the electric vehicles are in the possession of the Division of Intermodal Transportation, which is managed by my department.
Okay.
So they are currently not assigned to individual employees, they're assigned to the pool. So,
So do you have charging stations for those vehicles now?
They go behind the building and they jam up our parking.
we have outlets,
I'm sorry?
we have level 1s.
Where are they?
They're across the street in Little Plains,
Okay.
so.
But we have
What do
ones
we
over
have
there
in
too?
Well, we had to move them.
Oh, you did move them from back here?
Yeah, we were asked to move them. So,
What do we have in
That happened.
Bridgehampton? What level?
those are level 3s, but those were constructed by NYSERDA.
Mhm.
We basically gave them the parking spaces in the Candy Kitchen parking lot, and they constructed the improvements.
Okay.
It was a kind of an IMA type cooperation deal.
But I think that people, when they're coming to town hall, I mean, what's the average time spent in town
Going
hall?
to the, it
Yeah,
depends on what department
it's
you're
an hour,
going
They're
to.
2 hours.
just, would it be, or most people coming in to file something and then they leave?
So
So they're not gonna really,
There's some people here for 4 hours for a town board meeting.
well, for the town board meeting,
the
but on a
method,
day-to-day?
the charging
I think-
mindset is that people aren't coming here to get a full charge on their vehicle. They're charging at home.
Yeah,
If you're gonna plug in, I need another 5-10 miles or whatever, they're gonna do that. It's also gonna help us with our fleet goals as well. So it was a way for us to start to dip our toe into EV vehicles for our town fleet, as well as to provide this service to the public.
because I'm afraid people will park here
Just
and
to
go
charge.
across the street to the eye doctor or
That's what
something,
they're
you know
gonna
what I
do.
mean? Because then they're gonna be there for a couple hours, but here, if you're just running in the building to file some things, I don't think you would bother to plug in.
Well, that's why you could
Put a limit on the
You
time.
could put a time limit on it, and to Tom's point, the software can make it so that after 2 hours, it turns off.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, I wonder if parking is at such a premium here for this building, are we gonna be limiting what little parking there is now by making some of them EV spots that other people might be using that aren't even using our building?
Like, we currently have EV spots out front with no chargers, so those could go away, and obviously if you have an EV and you could charge it, you could park at one
Yeah,
of
it's
the
2
chargers.
spots right there for alternative fuel vehicles.
So that's 2
Yeah.
spots right there that
Yeah.
that wouldn't be dedicated for that use anymore.
And if the world meets its goals that it's laid out for itself, I mean,
We're gonna need
eventually,
more.
we're gonna need more of these.
Yeah.
And this is a way of charging our vehicles at really no cost to the town.
Yeah, and it's how we fulfill our contract with NYSERDA as well.
And then we're gonna charge for the electricity during the daytime to the people who come.
Currently,
Yes.
we charge the industry standard of 35 cents a kilowatt
Okay.
hour, which is what pretty much every EV station
Yeah,
across
it's fair.
Suffolk County charges. So,
So you're saying you take the fleet vehicles and plug them in every night
yeah,
here?
Then move them in the morning.
yeah.
It's another job for Tom.
I mean, it's how we convert town staff to using EVs. It's how we basically make it work. In the future, we don't have enough dedicated parking spaces to take our entire town fleet and have a charger specifically for that vehicle, nor is that vehicle going to need to charge every night. We keep the Leafs on charge right now because they only have 100 miles. Our EVs have 260-something miles of range.
Do the charging stations have one wire that plugs in, or is it sort of
dual
dual?
port.
It's
So
dual.
there'll be,
Okay.
there'll be ability to charge.
Yes.
Oh, okay, great.
So
6? Yeah, 6.
Okay.
Got it.
That's our contract.
That's great. Okay, I'm good with that.
I'm good with it too. I think it's a good plan.
What would the
Have me
ones
at
in the
hello.
front become then?
Just more quick
you
parking
can.
spaces.
So you can run in
Said you
and file
have me at
something.
hello.
Yeah, okay.
I voted for this one.
And last but not least, this is a project almost as old as time.
2021, I put this
Yeah,
resolution
it's been around.
in 2020, excuse me.
And not for lack of trying, it's just the state works
Mhm.
very slowly, so this was originally funded with assistance through a Transportation Alternatives Program grant for $775,000 back in 2019 when we pursued it. Construction costs and everything else have gone up, so the current estimate is closer to $1 million, which subsequently delayed it again because the estimate had to go through more scrutiny at the state. They have now approved it. These plans have been done for over a year.
Yeah, they wouldn't approve it until we demonstrated that the funding was either available or going to be available. So we were ready last summer, but due to our funding cycle, we couldn't prove to them that the funding was going to be available until now.
Is it possible to ask them for the full 80% grant for this project? I suppose not, the way you're all looking at it.
No, so
Okay, it was
we
a
had
2080
to-
match
we
that I
had to
put in
show that we would
2020.
make the difference
And
of-
we, right, and we dedicated funds at that time.
Correct.
And now that we had a world pandemic, inflationary environment here, it's costing us more.
Yes.
Is the state willing, well,
No, so
okay, we're happy that
they're
they
basing
approved
it
what
on the
they approved.
775, and that was the holdup, is we had to show
Okay.
them that we would make up the difference to $1 million.
That was what they budgeted in 2019 or 2020.
So that's why we're bonding another 200,000.
Yes.
Correct.
Yep. So this, this trail kind of varies. So it starts in Red Creek Park. It's on road for about 2/3 of it, and then it dips into a newly constructed path through Good Ground Park that will connect to the parking area and the restroom at Good Ground.
I thought it might have been a.
It might have been a map.
Zooming in,
And there was a lot of elevations that you guys were dealing with.
Yeah, we rerouted within Good Ground Park because the initial
sorry,
path
what?
was
EV charging stations. for
not
bicycles.
useful whatsoever, so.
And on the north end, it also connects to a bike route on Route 24.
Is that what that offshoot is?
Yes,
Right here?
yeah.
Mhm.
Right, that's Route 24, so.
And is this part of that larger plan to get the path from,
It is not. I mean, it could likely be incorporated. You're
Yeah.
talking about the Long Island Bikeways
Yeah,
project.
yeah.
It could be incorporated in that, but right now it's a path to get users between our two parks as well. And
which is great.
during the summer, I traverse this path every day on my bicycle, and it could definitely use a bit of upgrade and a bit of separated bike lane in this area. So it's definitely a needed improvement.
So on road, there's gonna be new stripe,
Yes.
new lineage?
Yep, it would be a 5-foot
signage?
wide lane, so the shoulder will be widened
Okay.
to accommodate bicycles. Signage, striping, and then a full, I think it's a 10-foot wide asphalt path through Squiretown Park, through Good Ground Park.
That's
It's
really
Good
great.
Ground off of Squiretown, sorry.
Was that the Department of Transportation grant?
Yes.
Yes, New York City.
That's
I'm good with it.
2020.
Good.
2020.
Everything
There are a
takes so
couple of
long.
other,
Thanks for coming.
wait,
Bye.
Sure.
before we kind of break here, there's a couple of other bond questions that we, did anyone else have?
Dorothy took this.
I had,
Yeah.
I had one about the restricted route onto Hill Station Road.
Yes, is that for me?
Yeah, that's-
Can you,
let's
wait,
see.
let us all find it.
So
What
let's
does
get
it
up,
say?
at least the board gets up to date as to,
Where are we looking?
One
we're
of the
looking on
bond
on the agenda. Let me find it and then
Hill Station, the bond authorization for the
Oh,
Hill Station
yeah.
extension.
What, $1 million?
it's $1 million and I don't know if it's necessarily going to be enough and what the history is on this. And,
I don't know. Where are you flicking?
That was the one you had the question about.
Is that the Shinnecock Hills Limited Access Road?
Yes.
Correct,
Yeah.
page 101, thank you. 45380. I know that the community, certain members of the community really wanted this. Now, we have a process for upgrading roads, and that's Town Law 200, and as I understand it, that process has not been done in this area.
That's
right?
correct.
So we are taking this on ourselves as a town to build out this road from kind of the Greenfield community to Hill Station Road.
That's correct.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a very
And-
important. A lot of people get hurt on green fields.
Right, and that's what the members of the community have been saying. Is $1 million going to be enough to build out this road?
At our current estimate, no. But
Okay.
I do not believe we will be able to start constructing this road this year anyway.
Okay.
So we would still need to complete the design of this road. Our last estimate for the roadway came in at, I think, 1.7, 1.8.
Uh-huh.
We never got a chance to revise that estimate because we ran out of funding
And-
in the spring of 2023.
Do we currently own the road right of way?
We do not. I'd have to defer
So-
to the town attorney. I
Okay.
believe that process had been started, but has not been completed.
And procedurally, why isn't this road a road? When this subdivision was put in, why wasn't this made a road back in 1951? Whenever,
Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't dedicated to the town back then.
okay, so there was probably a developer that did not put a road in, and that's where the neighborhood
It
lied
was
since
a
that time. Whatever,
unopened road.
I don't know the
Yeah.
exact year.
I don't
but-
think they ever foresaw 39 becoming what it currently is.
Well, yeah. Well, other members of the community have contacted us, and they're concerned about 39 going through that neighborhood.
Well, it's a one-way
In
out.
case of an emergency. If there is an emergency, it would be very useful for our first responders and to funnel traffic through
To
that
access.
neighborhood
Yeah, we had a
into
letter
that
from
road.
the
And
previous chief in regard to that
well,
request.
right, it was a safety concern.
Yes.
Okay.
But do the residents understand that this would have a crash gate, that this is not for their daily use, that the only time it could be used is in the case of an emergency for
No,
emergency
it's
vehicles?
daily use to get out.
It's daily
It
use
would
for
be
an
a
exit to
one-way
head
exit.
west.
Oh, I
out.
thought, I was told it was just for
No,
emergency.
to go in is
May-
emergency only.
May I explain that?
Yes,
It's like
please.
one way.
Please,
So,
'cause-
so part of the premise of this design was that we do not create a shortcut or any type of shortcut from 39 to get around traffic in the morning. We expected that people were going to try and cut through this neighborhood to then jump out on St. Andrews to continue further east. So what we came up with was to have a one-way out. So we would build a two-lane road, and the road going out of the neighborhood heading west to Hill Station would be open for use all the time. It would allow you to get to Hill Station, and then you could go up to Longview, and you could actually swing around onto 27, or you could go south to Montauk Highway and go from there. The lane coming into the neighborhood, heading east, we would put crash gates on either side, and the police department or the fire department or whoever would be able to open those during a time of emergency. That crash gated lane would allow a recreation opportunity for this entire neighborhood to access Montauk Highway, to access Hill Station in a way that they previously have never been able to do. So it was sort of a multi-use path that could be used as an emergency.
It's like a one-way street.
Too
Yeah.
bad we don't have a drawing of it.
I have many drawings downstairs. if
We
you'd like.
do,
Can you
and
go around?
my final concern here is that there are a number of communities that have unimproved roads that we actually own, and they would love to see them paved, and this is going to be done with whole town funds as opposed to, funds from a particular area. So I just wanted to bring this board up to date on that, because I've received a lot of, folks who would really love for us to come in and upgrade their roads at our expense,
So how do you distinguish this one from those?
Exactly.
Yes.
So, we do have this in place, and it's, it's there, and it's down the road.
Well, it's not even, is it designed yet? Didn't you say it's
It
not
is.
even
It's been
designed?
partially funded. We've paid the engineer to date, so we're
I
pretty
thought you
much
said the
clean.
engineering, that you still need a complete design.
Yeah. I
Right,
thought
we
you
have a
said
partial
that.
design that we've paid them for, so that there's no more bills outstanding, but we still need to finish it. Essentially, the funding was pulled. I pulled funding from my budget so that I did not have an outstanding debt to an engineer who we signed a purchase order to for $22,000, who would never want to work for the town again. So they're whole. We can pick this project up tomorrow if the funding is made available, or we can shelve it.
So, Councilman Scavone, the community that you said is supportive of this, what
Members of the community.
so what kind of community outreach has gone on about this project, with respect to this project?
There were members of the community that approached the town board for this road. And they did not want to do a town law 200. That's where we designate a particular area. There's a vote of the community, and they vote essentially to tax themselves to improve a road. We did this in Bridgehampton.
Bridgehampton,
and
Old Farm, we did it
Yeah.
on
a couple of places.
But they pay.
Noyak, Butcher
That's
Lane
correct,
in
yes.
Noyak, where there was a group of homes that wanted it paved. They did a town law 200. They voted to essentially increase their taxes to pave their road because it wasn't done by, when the subdivision was put in.
Not only does it get paved, it's taken into the town highway system.
That's right, and that's the other part.
Really the draw.
So my thinking right now is that I've heard a lot of comments about anything with respect to County Road 39 and adding roadway. Now, I understand that this is very specific, but concerns regarding if you build it, they will come, it might add some additional issues. I'm also just thinking in terms of the proximity to Shinnecock Nation, where in Shinnecock Hills has the nation been contacted about this at all? Have we asked about any of their thoughts about this project?
I don't know.
So I just want to bring up a point here, because I was the liaison to the Tuckahoe CAC when,
Right.
as this conversation has been going on. The issue that they have right now coming out on Greenfield is not an issue of their making, right? Nobody ever envisioned 39 getting the way it was. The way it currently is there are a lot of accidents in that section of roadway, and they lose access to their homes. We have people that have their children are home because they got dropped off by a bus. They can't get home from work to be with their kids. They're literally parking on Hill Station Road and walking through the woods to get home to their kids. So it became an issue because of the number of accidents that are occurring on 39, and they just have to have some way to access their neighborhood. And that's why I believe that's why if you've heard me say, I believe that having two access points to any neighborhood that we are putting on 39 has to be a priority, because we're at a point of $1.7 million for a community that has one access point to 39, and they can't leave their community any other way. I just have a question about the design of it.
In the scenario that you described, they wouldn't be able to enter their community from Hill Station Road.
Yes, because the point of it was, if there was an accident that shuts down 39, they would open those gates to allow those people to access their neighborhood.
Just
That
those
was-
people. or
Well, the
everyone?
police would do it.
Anyone could then access it, but it would give them access to their neighborhood. That was part of the plan. And then, Tom, I'm guessing because, you said there's crash gates and it's a 2-lane road, I'm assuming there is a median or something, so you can't just drive into oncoming, you know what I mean? And
If you've driven through the Holland Tunnel or anything like that, you've noticed there are
Yeah.
plastic dividers between
Bollards.
we're not proposing them to that extent, but that there will be some
Like a
lane
curve.
delineators
Yeah.
along that.
So you can't just
Yeah,
drive around the
yeah,
gate.
Exactly.
If I could have any preliminary drawings that you have for this,
Sure,
I
absolutely.
would love to see it.
Yeah, maybe you could come to the next
Yeah,
work.
Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
Show it.
I can present what preliminary drawings we have.
Yeah.
There are a lot of topographical issues on that site. It is extremely hilly, and that has resulted in the increase in the initial estimate. We've since been looking to increase some of the slopes that we're proposing on those roads, which would reduce the amount of retaining walls or excavation that we need on that site to kind of work better with the existing topography.
And this is one of the reasons why I'm bringing it up, is because $1 million that we would be presumably committing to may not be enough.
That's correct.
And then we would have to do perhaps another, whatever it's going to be.
Yeah. we
Half a
still-
million or $1 million
Yeah, we still have a
to
final
complete a
design.
road that's only going to be used by the neighborhood and not by the community.
Sure.
If it was a two-lane road, I probably wouldn't be questioning this as much, but,
Yeah, I'd venture to guess if it was a two-lane road, we wouldn't be talking about it.
because they
I
don't
think-
want it, they don't want
I
it
think
to.
that would end up creating
The
that
neighbors,
shortcut.
the neighborhood doesn't want, or the people who are asking for this don't want a
Potentially.
two-lane road.
Yeah, if it was 2 lanes, then I don't know that it would have gotten as far as it did.
Okay.
Christine, do we need a public hearing on this?
When you ultimately do it, I don't know what has been done so far. I gotta be honest with you, I haven't been involved in this project at all, so
Me
I don't
neither.
really know what's been done. If there is an eminent domain proceeding, there's, I believe, hearings involved with that. So I'm not sure. I'd have to check with Jim.
Okay.
So
on
maybe
this
we could do a
topic.
work session on it once Jim is back and,
You can find
I think
out.
that's great.
Mhm.
Yeah, that would be
Then we
great.
can see the drawings at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah, it's on the shelf at this point.
Because there's other neighborhoods on Long County Road 30, like
Yep.
across the street to Inlet East by Lobster Inn. They have the same problem.
Oh, that's right, the whole inlet, yes.
I mean, it's just, like I
And
said,
there's
it's
And there's a paper
not a
road at
problem
the-
of their
yeah.
making, so.
There's a paper road at the end of that creek there.
Yeah, I know what portion you're talking about.
Used to be the trustees.
Yep, that's why I know it.
It's
I
go through
think
the water.
it's interesting that we're, borrowing money for projects that we don't even have an idea of the total cost of the project yet. I feel like we shouldn't.
The thinking behind that was, so I'm relatively new here, I started in 2021. So a lot of these projects, we did what, and even before Tom, I guess, they would just opine, this project's gonna cost 500,000, can I please have 500,000? They'd hire an engineer and they'd go out and they'd get the plans, they'd go out to bid and the project would come back, cost 700, 800,000. Oh my goodness, can I have another 300,000? No. Plan sits on the shelf.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
So.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
Like,
So I tried
Very
to
real.
implement, and I worked extensively with Dorothy, so her budget should reflect that in some of the actual projects now where we developed a 5-year plan. So we sit back now and we come up with a relatively realistic estimate. And the first thing we usually need is either to hire an architect or an engineer or a planning firm or something along those lines. That's cheap. I mean, 100,000 maybe, but it's not $1 million. So I might ask, or Tom might ask in his first budget request for 150,000 just to hire that engineer. But the total cost of the project is going to be our estimate, so it could be a $4 million project. And we will put in the budget request 120 this year, and then another 250,000 the following year out to that 5-year plan or 3-year plan, however long it takes and however long the board wants to support a project. So you'll see, yeah, little bits and pieces. That was the old board's purview, that was a good idea.
The capital plan is structured in a 5-year increment, so you can
Exactly.
do that. So I don't know do you know what the 5-year expectation is on this one?
There wasn't a 5-year expectation.
Up
It was, the first estimate was for $1 million, and that
Just
was
the
what
1
was
year.
I just feel like
awarded.
nothing gets done.
Mhm. I'm trying to change that. Like I said, it started in 2021, but I got a couple ready to go. And we've
Yeah.
done a bunch. But,
I'm not faulting you for it,
No.
it's just, and then there's new projects, and then they kind of start to take priority over it's like, let's finish.
I mean, perfect example is Noyak Road, Tommy John. I mean, that's 5-6 million. We're pursuing another TAP grant for that, but we have put that in the capital program over 5 years, and hopefully we'll have enough funding around 2026, 2027.
Like the police department.
Police
And-
department is another one.
We've only expended the monies for engineering design, which is needed for the grant applications. They want to see that
Yeah, it should help us.
we're down the road a little
Hopefully
bit.
we get that grant, because it could be up to a $4 million grant.
How about the courts?
The courts,
Yeah.
The
do we
building.
want to speak about that now?
Okay, that's,
That's its own work
that's a
session.
good question.
It's a good question.
They were built in
There are
07.
ideas about what to do with the Jackson Avenue complex. So as you know, you don't know, we're currently in contract with H2M, and they are preparing a design to expand the police department. That was step one, and this again is going back to old plans and intentions. But step one was to get the police department into a functional state once more. After that, there's existing funding, I think it's called Jackson Avenue Master Plan. What does Jackson Avenue, or what does the Jackson Avenue complex become? You intimated that you'd like a Town Hall West. There have been extensive discussions about building an administrative building
Skip Key started that years ago.
that can house parks maintenance, justice court, highway maintenance, and possibly meeting rooms, so on and so forth, but in Jackson Avenue. And there's been really pie in the sky plans of moving transfer stations and making tunnels and all this other stuff. I didn't think, again, new and with, seeing Jay on the horizon, I didn't think it was a good decision to start that discussion a year ago. And then everybody comes in today, and we might have had a plan or a direction that you didn't want to follow. But we do have existing funding, or Tom has existing funding, to do a master plan for Jackson Avenue. If the board wants to pursue that at this time, it's definitely something that we can look into and start a conversation. We can put out RFPs or, something along those lines. But that would include the court, because I know the court's a pretty deplorable building too.
And
Pretty big.
knowing that that would be a $15 to $30 million project.
Probably a 10-year capital project.
And just to add some,
I just,
Depending on how ambitious it gets, correct.
to just contextualize Councilman Pell's concern, is it, fair to say that a lot of our, judges are working in essentially what could amount to sort of a trailer building.
Yeah, it's a trailer building. Modular, sure, but
Yeah.
My
they
city,
move,
because-
their
East
wheels
Block
underneath.
School
The
was in
wheels are still
those
underneath if
for
you look close enough.
Yeah.
40 years.
Cause someone made a lot of money off that.
Yeah, so there was concerns, because we had this discussion when we hired H2M to do the police station. People had an idea, should we attach the court to the police station? But there were concerns of the optics of, if the court is right next to the police station, guilty, go next door.
Right.
Or vice versa.
Makes sense.
Should be its own building.
So, yeah, they want their own building, and there are other administrative uses in the complex. Charlie Parks, and,
Can move them all over there.
all into one building,
Yeah,
possibly
Charlotte
move
building.
whoever else, is in some weird satellite that might not be in the best condition.
Well,
They have
Plenty of-
wait a minute,
transportation
Plenty of
isn't
office.
cleared area there
Riverhead
now, Tom, right?
PD part of the justice court, before they just changed everything? I don't think there's a rule against the justice court and the PD being.
Oh, there's no
They're-
rule, it was the
The optics.
optics of it.
No, there is a rule.
Oh,
They have
really?
to be separated.
But they can be in the
can't-
same building.
No, they're supposed to be separated. Like they wanted to, I know they wanted to do like a,
Underground
Tunnel.
an
Is that the way the
underground
tunnel
tunnel,
came
and
from?
they
Okay.
were discouraged from doing that.
They were very outlandish designs 10 years ago.
Is this something that we could do internally, or are there people here that could,
It's-
not,
we're
and
talking
not
about master
detailed
plan.
drawings, but just conceptually, where the different buildings could go, what the space would look like?
Yeah.
So it's at the end of the day.
serious amount of work.
But it's a blank canvas.
And Jackson Avenue though is Pine Barrens.
Yeah, so we're
Within
tapped out
the
on
existing
clearing.
clearing.
So we'd have to work within the existing clearing,
I mean, there have been
while keeping those
discussions.
facilities up and running.
So you have highway maintenance and trustee maintenance and parks maintenance, all dirty operations, they all have their own garages. You could consolidate that into one building, even if you built party walls, because they don't like to play together, but it could still be one dirty use in one building here, instead of here, and here, taking up a huge footprint.
That's true.
I think to answer your question, with the amount of vacancies I have in my office right now, I don't think that it's something that Nick and I can take,
Oh, yeah, no.
take on.
Yeah.
I think that was
Definitely
different.
not my
That's a good
expertise,
idea.
that's for sure.
Yeah, it's,
Maybe Janice's office will kick it down there, I don't know.
but
And then what you said about the Pine Barrens, I mean, it's not core Pine Barrens, right? It's that periphery
But
Pine
we're
Barrens.
cleared, we're tapped out on
yeah,
clearing.
even so, it's, Red Creek Park is part of that same facility. The transfer station is part of that same facility, so all of that counts towards our clearing. And essentially, we're at the limit of what we can clear on those 3 properties.
Unless we ask for a hardship exception.
I like it.
Sure.
That's what I always say.
I don't know. I think
not
that would be a
gonna get
question
into
for
that.
Janice.
What's the, I mean, what are you saying about the max? Is there like a percentage on each piece of property that we've already cleared that you're not allowed to go beyond?
I have maps downstairs I can show you. So
Okay.
Yeah,
we've
there's
looked at it in the
multiple
past.
This could be a whole nother work session.
This is many work sessions.
Mhm.
It's always been talked about as Town Hall West. It's a facility master plan.
Yeah, but when we talked about, when Town Hall West was talked about and they decided to redo, like, work on this building,
Yeah.
what was the price tag back then? It was like
Oh, it was crazy. It was
29
probably
million?
20 million
I
then.
think it
Yeah.
was 29 million back then.
30
the whole
million
thing.
back then.
Yeah.
But what
But
if
that
it's,
was moving the transfer station and making tunnels between buildings, and
Okay.
it was,
It was a Roger Ferris plan, if that means anything to you. Known for outlandish
it
designs.
would, to build a administrative
Oh, was it?
building and
Roger
those
Ferris?
shops, it would
The
be
bridge?
between 20 and 30 million. We'll get a taste once we see, or if and when we see what, the new community center and the housing in,
West Hampton?
not West Hampton, Bridgehampton
Bridge-
comes
oh.
back at.
Oh, right.
That'll
right,
give us
right,
an
right.
idea of
What it costs.
because it's hard out here to really estimate well, because
How
the
about
farther out
Macy's
east you
building?
go, you could say, hey, it's $850 a square feet for
Couldn't read
office
it.
space. But that might be in Babylon, that's not necessarily gonna be in Bridgehampton.
We
or-
pay a surcharge.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, how about Macy's?
For the court, yes. For highway, parks,
You don't think that Macy's would be big enough for the courts and the town hall?
Could be.
did they close?
do they have enough parking?
We have a
over there?
town hall.
Parks on town hall?
We have a town hall.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a town hall, it could be just an office
'Cause
building
that's supposed to
for
be going up for sale
Okay.
some people.
in 2024. the building.
Well, anyway, all right, let's keep that in mind. So for this one, what are we doing? The last one, did we decide we're just going to
Hill
have
Station,
a
I think I was
work
gonna come back
session?
to you with
With another work
information.
session when Jim's back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
agree.
yeah, and with the
So are we gonna
drawings.
not do the bond?
We're gonna do the bond, I mean, I think, right, she said don't pull little bond pieces.
Yeah, that doesn't
Ouch.
commit us to it.
No.
No.
You know, we
We don't
can,
have to borrow it.
right.
I am just a little bit reserved about it, only because I'd like to know a little bit more about it before I understand that there's no tie to it, but I also want to kind of gauge what the community input and engagement on this has been before I move forward.
And I would also like to have some more information about the improvements to the Lobster Inn Marina,
I'll give you those.
Yeah, sure.
you
Yeah,
know?
that's a good question.
As-
Yeah,
Are we
just-
gonna do that at a?
Not right now, but,
Okay.
yeah, I'm just saying, these are the ones
We're
that I.
ready like 2 hours behind.
I know, but, you know, when we do come back and talk about this limited access road, could we also look at the design and the plans for the Lobster Inn Marina?
Sure.
The new park facility, $5.5 million in
Oh,
Spia,
Yeah, okay.
and the Shinnecock Commercial Fishing Dock improvements.
Sure.
Because I heard that Brian had some concerns about the flooding and if we should be putting that much money into,
Right.
Oh, we have to. It's
Okay.
it's a whole industry that's dependent on that commercial dock.
yeah, but the stuff that's being planned, I don't know, he just said
We're
something
planning
to
a-
someone who said something to me.
We're planning a parking lot and basically a
cell tower.
glorified concrete ramp.
Oh, it was the
Yeah.
cell tower. it was the
Yeah,
cell tower.
That's all
outside
FEMA
of the dock.
Outside.
And it's all done to FEMA specs and
Yeah. by
Oh, is he concerned with it falling down still? Was that there was a
He
concern
didn't say it
voiced
to me
about it?
directly, it came through
Okay.
a different person.
this was Ryan.
They
Murphy.
crumble.
Yeah.
They go straight.
We already had, we had a whole meeting with the commercial fishermen,
Yeah.
and it's, the fall radius isn't anywhere near any of their boats.
And it kinks.
And it
doesn't
kinks
fall.
before it doesn't fall, it kinks.
The cargo ramp, you might wanna look at, instead of making one out of concrete, get one out of steel. Cause I had one, when I had my place, I had one out of steel, cause it could be moved around.
Well, we're gonna create a asphalt ramp so the reefer trucks can kind of.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay, all right.
Oh, it's
steel
it's
ramp
dug
next
in?
to
Yeah,
the
it's
ocean.
it goes up
It-
the right degree, so
Yeah.
the trailer backs up into the thing.
Yeah.
Instead of, you don't wanna pit, yeah,
But we were gonna go, the design is going down a little bit and up a little bit,
yeah.
so,
Well, if you do a steel ramp, then you can move it around.
okay.
Or you can,
Or it can be stolen.
So it's a tight, we'll get you a
Oh,
plan.
yeah.
It's expensive
Yeah.
these days.
We'll have to change the plan after
Russ.
yesterday.
Oh, yeah, and then Russ.
I was
Bonnie.
there, I was there when that was built.
Well, Terry knocked his down last
Yeah.
week, so there's no commercial.
Yeah, so it's a
Used to
kind
be-
of a time
It
constraint.
used to be Little Joe's. It had one-eyed cat there. It's a nasty old cat.
So the cell tower there will be welcomed,
Anything else?
and the fleet wants it.
I'm good.
And the cell tower is a funding source, eventually.
Yes, revenue source.
You need a public
Revenue
hearing on
source.
that.
On the cell tower, I think they had one.
You had one?
Okay.
Yeah, it's done.
Christine, they had a cell tower public hearing, right?
Mm-hmm. Couple of
That
them.
one?
Yeah,
For the
there's
cell towers.
negotiating the contract at this point.
I
Good.
wasn't part of that, I don't.
Yeah, we did, and two, I believe.
Yeah.
A
for
preliminary
North Sea
one, and
Tower
then,
as well.
yeah.
That's good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lots of
Thank
stuff.
you.
Appreciate it.
Just let us know when you'd like us back with the additional information.
All right,
Okay.
we will. Janice. will
Thanks,
call.
Tom. Thanks, Nick.
Okay, so we need to go into executive session after we take a little break to refresh ourselves. So I'd like to close the meeting, go into executive session and then close.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.